Would whoever is our tech facilitator for the night please let everybody know how to handle Zoom?
Hello. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders, committee members, and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Also, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thank you. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. So this meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designee. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they're called by the chair, and each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. The public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Verbeek, are there any notified absences?
Yes, Farley and Boggs are both notified absences.
Excellent, thank you. So I call this meeting of the ALRC to order at 5:37 p.m. And Jim, please call the roll.
Alder Miazzi?
Present.
Alder Miazzi, present. Alder Revere? Here. Alder Revere, present. Mr. Barashuk? Here. Mr. Barashuk, here. Dr. Reese?
Here.
Dr. Reese, here. Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Mr. Donnelly, present. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra, here. Alder Carter?
Here.
Alder Carter, here. And Mr. Fletcher? Mr. Fletcher is here. Chair, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, first orders of business are approval of the minutes from our meetings on July 15th and July 22nd. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
I hear a motion from Alder Carter to approve the minutes from July 15th and July 22nd. Do I hear a second? Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Minutes from both those meetings are approved. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any registrants for general public comment?
We do not, Chair.
All right. Pardon me. At this time, members of the committee should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any such disclosures or recusals?
I need to recuse myself on number 50.
All right. Have you got that noted, Jim? Any further disclosures or recusals? All right, moving right along. Presentation of the consent agenda. So at this time, a consent agenda will be moved. Each item will have a recommended action, which might be to grant with some conditions, or other action. If any member of the committee would like any item from this proposed consent agenda separated from that group for more in-depth discussion, please say so after Mr. Verbeek briefly reads off what is on the proposed consent agenda.
All right, the proposed consent agenda for tonight, July 20th, 2022. Recommend the council to grant temporary Class B retailer license, concurrent with street use permits, items 5, 6, 7, and 8. Change of agent, items 16, 17, 18, and 19. Entity reorganization, items 27 and 54. Change of license premises, items 29 and 30 and 55. And transfer of license location, item 39. And a recommendation to council to re-refer public hearing new license, item number 41.
All right, committee, you've heard the items on the proposed consent agenda. Are there any you would like separated? Mr. Brashak.
Thank you. Just checking, is item 38, or excuse me, item 41 on the consent agenda?
Yes, it is on the consent agenda, not to grant, but to refer to next month's meeting.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Awesome. Any further questions or requests for separation? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair Donnelly. I do have a question for the Deputy City Clerk as it relates to the handful of streetery applications that we have on tonight's agenda, change of license premise applications. As with the case last month, obviously, Jim, you're proposing that many of these be on the part of the consent agenda. The one exception was Senor Machetes, and I was just wondering, do we have registered speakers in opposition there, or how is that one different than the other streetery applications?
The difference is there was a couple of reasons. One, I wasn't sure because it was within a block of State Street. Or within a block of the Capitol Square. And we tend to not put regular licenses on there. The other reasons were it was an increase of capacity, which is different from the streetery. The street number that was approved as streetery. And also I noticed earlier today that their indoor capacity is actually, they increase it on the application. I think the last ALRC approved capacity prior to their streetery expansion when they had numbers reduced on there due to the public health recommendations was 107 and they wrote 120 in there. So I don't know if they're looking to increase the indoor capacity as well, which was not recorded on their application.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll leave it off then. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further questions or separations? All right, Ms. Westra.
I was just gonna move approval.
I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed by Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Second from Alder Miadzi. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. At this time, Mr. Verbeek will read off the items that were just disposed of. If you are here for one of these items, you are welcome to go about your evening now because your business is done. Mr. Verbeek.
The past consent agenda for ALRC meeting July 20th, 2022. Recommend a council to grant item number 5, temporary Class B retail license, concurrent with street use permit, Marquette Neighborhood Association event Orton Park Festival from August 25th to August 28th. Number 6, temporary Class B retail license, concurrent with street use permit, Beacon Park Neighborhood Association events on 700 block of Meyer Avenue. Dates August 20th from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Number 7, temporary Class B retail license, concurrent with street use permit, African Association of Madison, Inc. The event is Africa Fest, and the date is August 20th from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And number 8, temporary Class B retail license, concurrent with street use permit, Shanks Corner Art Society event, Shanks Corner's block party. Dates are August 19th, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and August 20th, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Number 16, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 6525 Kilpatrick Lane. Item number 17, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 4741 Lean Road. Item number 18, change of agent, Mega Marts LLC. Item number 19, change of agent, Pizza Hut of Southern Wisconsin Inc. Item 27, entity reorganization, American Multi Cinema Inc. Item number 29, change of licensed premises, Daisy Cafe and Cupcakery. Item number 30, change of licensed premises, Tempest LLC. Item number 39, transfer of license location, International Commons Inc., Class B combination liquor and beer. New address, 5810 Mineral Point Road. Item number 54, entity reorganization, Duma LLC. Item number 55, change of license premises, Madison Chocolate Company LLC. And recommend the council to re-refer item number 41, public hearing new license, Lower Garden LLC at 1403 Regent Street, Class A beer, Class A liquor.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. All right, so that brings us to item 2 on our agenda, operator's license application for Crystal Barron. Is Crystal with us tonight?
Sarah, if I could give a description on why this one is back from last month. So last month we had this one, the committee took a vote to recommend the council to grant. That vote failed, and the committee did not take further action that would move this application. So that is why this one is where there's no new occurrence that occurred on this license besides the actions of last month.
Jim, your audio is breaking up a little bit.
And Crystal is not with us.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Crystal is here, actually. Sorry.
Okay, so Jim, I lost enough of what you were saying before that I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Yep, I can repeat that. So the reason this is on the agenda this month, it was on last month's agenda. The committee took a vote to recommend to council to grant. That vote did not succeed, and no further action was taken. It wasn't recommended to place on file or recommended to deny or anything like that. So it's back on the agenda because, and I didn't catch that until after the meeting last month. So nothing new has occurred to my knowledge on this license other than the vote from last month.
Okay.
And apologies, Crystal is here, it looks like.
Okay, good to know. So committee, this is one where I believe, did we have a roll call vote for it, Jim?
I'd have to check. I think we did have a roll call vote, yes.
So we made somebody moved to grant, and you as a committee voted not to grant, but you did not take subsequent action to place the application on file without prejudice or something else. So if you want to ask additional questions of the applicant, she is present and available. However, be aware that the discussion did already take place, so if you want to move forward more expediently, that would also be appropriate. All that being said, committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having not been here sort of last month, I guess I would be interested in sort of the rationale for not granting the license from those who voted against doing that this past month, just so that I sort of understand the basic logic here.
By all means, would anyone who was present last month who voted in opposition to the motion to grant care to answer Mr. Fletcher's question? You're not under any obligation to do so.
Chair, I can speak to that.
Wonderful.
But first, I have a question. This is about this case in some sense, but also a bit more. Also, the answer I'm seeking would apply in general, but Crystal Barron has an open case. She's going to trial at some point in the future. Is there any concern about us prompting her to speak on an open case without council president or anything like that?
The short answer is yes, absolutely. And I will request that Assistant City Attorney Brist, our counsel, give a more thorough answer than mine, please.
It is a concern if there's pending charges with the defendant can obviously waive her right and speak if she wishes to speak. But with an open charge pending, that would be a reason for denying the license.
But in addition to that, if she chooses to speak about a pending case, is she potentially putting herself at risk because information she discloses in this public forum could be used as part of the prosecution of that case?
Yes, that's correct. The record in this case could be used as a part of the prosecution. If she makes statements, the statements could be quoted and used in that prosecution.
Excellent.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
It does. And if I can move on to the second part,
Please do.
I explained that there was a question about, the extent to which alcohol is involved in the charge, in the events leading to that charge in this upcoming trial. So one of my reasons for voting against it was because I would be interested in postponing till after the resolution of that case, so we can use that to inform us.
Understood. Committee, what's your pleasure?
I have a question. Did that answer Mr. Fletcher's question about getting the background?
I think, Alder Carter, if I understood the rationale, it was because there is a pending case, sort of with Crystal. I think, I guess I would still question whether the appropriate motion would be to place on file versus, kind of tabling this in some sort, until the case is resolved. As Mr. Barashuk has sort of mentioned in terms of his particular perspective. So,
if we are to deny the license, it's appropriate to state a general reason why in the motion.
So, procedurally, I believe there are two things that we could do. One would be to place the application on file without prejudice on the grounds discussed before. In theory, we could refer until after the scheduled court date. I would be a little concerned about that because that is something that could be abused. Saying, "Oh yeah, we're not saying no. We're just not deciding right now." If we refer, we aren't required to give a reason why, and it feels like an abuse of the process. Alder Mianzi.
I guess, I would love to just to place it on file without prejudice. Hopefully that that she can come back knowing that the reasoning why that we've discussed on why we didn't approve it, that she'll come back with a stronger stronger case knowing that her situation has been resolved. At least she's aware of why we didn't approve this. So I just vote the place on file without prejudice. So,
all right. I hear Alder Miadzi's motion to place on file without prejudice. I see a second from Dr. Reese. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any, Mr. Fletcher?
Mr. Chair, I'll just say, being absent last month for the full conversation, I will abstain from this particular vote.
All right. Abstention from Mr. Fletcher. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 2, we are recommending to place on file without prejudice. Item 3, operator's license application for Shane Bick. Is Shane with us?
I don't believe so, Chair. I don't think he registered. And this, if you recall, and I'm sorry, you wouldn't agree with that, right? I believe he was scheduled. He asked to be scheduled at the special subcommittee of the operator committee, and he did not show up for that one either.
Okay, committee, what's your pleasure?
Is this the first time he had, besides the meeting today?
To the full committee, yes.
To the full committee. So I move to refer to the next meeting.
Your motion to refer from Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Mr. Fletcher?
Can I just clarify, Mr. Chair? So Shane hasn't sort of been at the subcommittee nor the full meeting. I'm fine to refer this to one or the other, but I believe that the subcommittee meeting, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, is still scheduled for that's the soonest date, correct?
It is. When the subcommittee referred it to the full committee for this meeting, they did so because that committee doesn't meet unless someone actively requests to be on that date. I will say we do have a operator who is asked to be scheduled for next week as well, so the committee will meet next week. But that was the subcommittee's justification referring to the full committee.
Mr. Chair, could I offer something? I mean, just for flexibility of the applicant, can we offer him either or date? I suppose, in terms of either the subcommittee meeting or the next full ALRC meeting. That way, I think we're providing the maximum flexibility to the applicant in terms of whether or not, which date he can make.
Of course, I believe the way to do that would be to refer this to whichever meeting is happening the soonest. And then if he makes it to that one, great. And if not, that body refers it to the next one. Ms. Westra is giving a thumbs up. And so the motion will be to refer to the operator's license application subcommittee meeting coming up next week. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 3 is referred. Item 4, operator's license application for Nicole Haas. Is Nicole here with us?
Yes.
Excellent. Welcome, Nicole. Captain Sanders, can you please let us know why Nicole's application was flagged for our attention?
Good evening, Nicole. I'm Captain Sanders, and please forgive me. I'm under the weather at this point, so I'm with the City of Madison Central Police District. My role on this committee is to conduct a background check and view supporting documentations that are contrary to the guidelines bound by the ALRC in accordance with the state statute. It is not my intent to cause embarrassment or belittle anyone. I reiterate, my role is to bring forward information discovered in the background process. With that being said, Nicole, in viewing your background, I did come across 2 items of concern that were bounded by state statute and guideline number 1. Guideline number 1 states this fact: provided the circumstance of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of a felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. with that being said, and viewing your background process, you have 2 documented felonies that you received convictions on. The first one on June 12th, 2009, reference a burglary investigation via the Oshkosh Police Department, Winnebago County. And then the second conviction was on November 30th, 2016, reference narcotics charge for manufacturing and delivering THC, which is marijuana greater than 200 grams. This was a task force investigation conducted by Winnebago County as well. With those guideline violations and concerns, I will turn it over to you to articulate to this committee on the incidents that I've highlighted.
So, go ahead.
Would you like me to elaborate on those situations?
That would be, or you have the opportunity to do so.
Okay. That was my past. That was quite a while ago. I got involved in an unfortunate situation. I now currently am 5 years clean. I am an active member in Narcotics Anonymous. Since June 2nd of 2017, I've participated in numerous events and all of that. I've also held an operator's license in Kaukauna, Wisconsin, and without any problem, any situation, for now 2 years also. I just moved down to Madison. My daughter currently lives in Stoughton with my parents. I am working on getting full custody back of her. I work at Club Lamarck. I have been here now steady for a year. Basically, this is my only income. I'm a single mother. Her father's not involved. I'm just trying to, that was my past. That definitely that's not who I am anymore. Unfortunately, I am an addict, but that doesn't define who I am. And I am trying to make a change for my life and to better myself. And, my passion is working with people, and I'm very good at what I do. And, I'd like to continue to do this. There's not a lot of times that I am specifically here with someone that is not licensed. Just if there's ever a situation that comes about, Stan, the owner, he does just require all of his bartenders to attempt to get their license anyways.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nicole. Committee members, do remember when you're asking questions that we are determining the appropriateness to issue a license, and the applicant's need for the license is not a factor in that. So questions along those lines would not be appropriate. That being said, Mr. Fletcher, then Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole, thanks very much for being here this evening. Just 2 questions for you. One, in the manufacturing and sort of delivery of THC conviction in Oshkosh, how did alcohol play a factor in that particular incident?
Actually, it didn't play a factor. Due to that situation, I was actually party to the crime that I do believe that it states. I was in the vehicle when everything had happened, and it was passed off. If I remember correctly. That was quite a while ago. There was no alcohol involved whatsoever.
So, and Captain Zanders can kind of jump in after my statement. I'm just looking at the application, and for the 2016 event in Oshkosh, it at least on the application that's before the committee does indicate that at the time of the incident, were you under the influence of alcohol and or other substances, and maybe that's the part of it, the other substances piece of it. I believe the box is checked yes.
Oh, I apologize. No, I was not under the influence of alcohol. Other drugs, yes, but not alcohol.
Okay, thanks. And that may be just where it cuts out on the application in this instance. So thanks for clarifying that. The second part, you mentioned sort of you've taken kind of steps to, I think you used the term better yourself sort of in the last few years. Can you provide a few more specifics to the committee in terms of what those steps may have been?
Yeah, so I actually have completed in full. I went to Nova in Oshkosh for the 90 days. And then I actually transferred up to Casa Clare. And then I did 8 months there for a program. It was 120 days in-house. And then I made the next step to go into the apartment living to gradually like move myself into the community where I was able to get a job. I was able to like learn how to live on my own and like to take the proper steps. Once I got to that point, I started sponsoring other girls. We have a really large group of us that do things on a regular, like the baseball tournaments. We're on kickball teams. There's a lot of community built opportunities for that kind of stuff. Down here, I am starting to, get myself back into the meetings. I just moved down here, like I said. So, getting myself reintroduced to the different community to start more down here also. Is that what you're asking? I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's along the lines of sort of my line of inquiry. So I appreciate your answer, Nicole. That's all my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Alder Carter.
Thank you. So, Nicole, when you say a long time ago, what is define long time ago?
Meaning long time for what instance? Like,
well, 2016 was just 6 years ago. So,
correct.
What is your definition of long time ago?
I mean, I wouldn't say that was a very long time ago, but for me, 5 years in sober, creating a whole new life, learning how to live with, the drugs. And when I was actively using, a long time for me, I had 13, 16 years under my belt in that lifestyle. So that is a long time for me. 5 years? No, not necessarily is a very long time, but, every day is, one step closer and moving forward in the right direction. So yes, I agree that might not be a very long time.
What was going on in 2017?
I was still in active addiction. In 2016-17, when the charges occurred, I got clean June 2nd of 2017.
And that was after the incident in 2017?
I believe the charges were just documented on that date because I was already charged when I got, that's when I had gone to jail, and then I got released into Nova to do my 28 days and then extended it.
Was that part of the retail theft in 2017? Correct.
Yep, that all was part of that, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Mr. Bershek.
Thank you. This is a question for the chair or maybe the clerk or anyone. When was the last time, if ever, has this committee recommended to grant a license to someone who had been convicted of a felony?
I'd have to look to do the exact date, but we have recommended to give a license to someone who had, I think, a 5th OWI.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay. Follow up. Well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I'll volunteer a little more information though. So what the state statute says is if you have certain types of offenses, and it's either, I don't know if it's any felony or just certain kinds of felonies, but also if there are too many offenses, the only way that somebody can get a license is if the committee decides that it would be appropriate to overrule that. But we do have the authority to do so. And when we've exercised that in the past, I believe that the letter of the statute is that we're determining whether it is relevant. But in the past, we've gone beyond just relevance and saying, well, perhaps this is relevant, but we are not concerned by it and believe it would be appropriate to grant the license. Alder Verveer, do you have an unrelated question or additional insight on this topic?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the applicant, but I thought that it would actually be helpful at this time if our legal counsel, Attorney Brisk, could share the statute in question with us as a refresher, and then of course our new member in particular. The key phrase is substantially related, as Steve, you could explain again.
Yes, that's correct. The offense has to substantially relate to the underlying license it's being applied for. So that's one of the tests. The other test, though, is that under current law, we're supposed to look at whether or not there has been time has passed and whether there's evidence of rehabilitation. We aren't supposed to discriminate against somebody for having an arrest and conviction when they're no longer on paper, they're no longer on probation, if there is evidence of substantial evidence or sufficient evidence, I should say, of rehabilitation for that person. The state has tried to adopt a policy that people who have something on their record won't be discriminated on that for the rest of their life. So the question is whether you think enough time has passed and whether there's evidence of rehabilitation. And also the other factor is Chapter 111 is that it has to substantially relate to the licensed activity.
Of course. And as with everything that we do on this committee, our primary responsibility is to look out for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So if we believe that granting somebody a license would in no way endanger any of those, that is certainly a point in its favor. Alder Miazzi.
I have a question of the applicant too.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. Yes, it would be. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Attorney Briss. You actually set up the question I wanted to ask our applicant. So first, Nicole, congratulations on your recovery. Obviously, that's a huge deal.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about your time under supervision of the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. Could you give us an overview of that supervision? And I presume that you've been discharged at this point. Could you just confirm that? And how much of your recovery was under the supervision of DOC agent?
All of my recovery has been under it. I was on 2 years paper. So that was part of the time while I was in rehab. And then I had restitution 2K, which I have completed in full. And I had no strikes against me or anything like that. I completed it 100% with no problems. And basically 100% completed.
So are you still on paper or you've been discharged?
Nope, I was discharged back in 2019, I believe.
Very good. I appreciate that. And again, congratulations on your recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Alder Miazzi.
Yeah, I would like to echo, some of what my colleagues said, especially Alder Revere. Congratulations on a lot of things that you've done on your road to recovery. Another thing, I just wanted to see if you could just elaborate as a single mom that's actually going through getting custody. If you could just elaborate on where that process is for you, if you're getting visitation right, and just your passion as far as fighting for custody and where you're at with that, and whether if you could elaborate if you're doing any mentoring to other people. Just a quick synopsis of that.
Yeah, absolutely. The process I'm in right now, my daughter is actually with my parents. I signed over guardianship to them, free will, when I knew I had a problem and I knew I had to get help. So they have custody of her. She is actually with me 100% of the time. The only time she is not is actually when I am currently working. Otherwise, I have full responsibility of taking her to and from school. For the summer, I've put her in strength and conditioning. She has soccer every morning at 9:00. She has basketball camp, volleyball camp. We just did an elite hockey camp that I signed her up in. She also plays hockey. So those are all my responsibilities. My parents are absolutely wonderful. And, they do help me so she doesn't stay alone. I have her go to their house with mentoring and everything like that. I have girls that I still stay in contact with up in Appleton. I was just up there this weekend with them. I do events, we still stay in contact. I've created relationships and like my sponsorship family. I think there's a group of 9 women of us that we stay very close and in touch. I have my sponsor actually coming down this next weekend to spend the weekend with me. So, I still am staying in contact and doing activities with everybody.
Well, thank you. And it's good to hear that.
Any further questions, Alder Miadzi?
No, thank you, Chair.
All right. Dr. Reese.
There's no other questions. I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
I'd like to move to grant.
Your motion to grant from Dr. Second from Alder Verveer, with several other people jumping at the opportunity to second. Is there any discussion? Alder Carter?
Thank you, Chair. I am going to abstain from this. I think that even though Nicole has made great strides, even after she had gone through a recovery period, there are still some incidents that she was involved in, even after her success through the program. So therefore, I will abstain.
All right. In light of Alder Carter's concerns, Mr. Verbeek, will you please call the roll for this vote?
Certainly. Alder Miadzi?
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Verveer?
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Mr. Bereshuk?
Aye.
Mr. Bereshuk, aye. Dr. Reese?
Aye.
Dr. Reese, aye. Ms. Wesher?
Aye.
Ms. Wesher, aye. Alder Carter?
Abstain.
Alder Carter, abstain. And Mr. Fletcher?
Aye.
Mr. Fletcher, aye. Chair of the vote is 6 ayes and 1 abstention.
Excellent. Motion carries. Item 4 is granted. Congratulations and also welcome to the Madison area. Next up, do we have an interpreter here for any items?
We do have an interpreter here for item 31. I don't think we have anyone registered. I can refresh to double check to make sure that nobody is.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, well then let's keep going through the agenda in its regular order and we'll see what happens when we get to that item. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all changes of agent for the various Capital Petroleum locations. Do we have a registrant here for these items, Mr. Verbeck?
We do. We have two registrants, Assad Shazad and attorney Charles Geeson.
All right. Assad and Charles, would you please introduce yourself and let us know what you are proposing, and then the committee can ask questions.
This is Charles Geeson speaking. Excuse me. I have represented and continue to represent the Capital Petroleum entities. I'm more available to answer any questions than to speak. Assad is the operations manager and is a very appropriate person. I'd point out there have been no alcohol violations at any of the Capital Petroleum stores in the past several years. Thank you.
All right. Assad, can you introduce yourself, please? And then we'll hear from Assistant City Attorney Zellaby.
Assad, you should be unmuted. You are unmuted on our end.
Assad, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Stephen or Kimberly, can you try to help?
Yeah, so there's not much we can do. Let's see here. Assad, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. Looks like you just did. If you're using a device or something to speak, there might be like an on-off button on your microphone. I can reach out to Assad via email here.
Let's do that. Committee, I would entertain a motion to table this item until the applicant can get through these technical difficulties. I see the motion from Mr. Fletcher. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Mr. Broshik?
Would it be an appropriate time to hear from Attorney Zellaby?
So I want to make sure that the applicant is able to hear anything that is said about this, including what Assistant City Attorney Zellaby wants to present to us. And I wouldn't want to risk that he isn't able to hear or that he's distracted by getting microphone working.
Understood.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Items 9 through 15 are tabled. Next up is item 20, a business name change for Matcha Tea House Gallery at 823 East Johnson Street. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. Anthony Verbrick is here. This is a unique one. Usually we don't change LLCs. However, it's still the same members of it. I verified the Department of Financial Institutions that they literally just changed the name of their LLC in there. It's not a newly created record for their LLC. And so I talked with ACA Brist about that, and his recommendation was that they sign something attesting that it's still the same operation, and so that's what the documentation is, and the packet is their notarized letter that assures that it's the same operation, just change names. But I'm sure Anthony Verbrick can talk to this.
Well, so that sounds excellent and great work getting all those dominoes lined up before the meeting. For our newer members, when there is a case where somebody sells a licensed establishment, we want the new owners to fill out an application as if it were a new business, so that neighbors can give input, so we give it the appropriate scrutiny. And if there is more than 50% turnover of the officers of a corporation, we at least want them to come talk to us. It sounds like this is a case where it's really just a paperwork thing, and there's no change in the business, the people, or the operation. So all that being said, committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher, then Alder Verveer. Oh, sorry, Mr. Fletcher, then Mr. Burshak, then Alder Verveer.
I'll defer to my colleagues who have questions. I think mine have been answered by the materials that, as again, you indicated that the Deputy City Clerk lined up before this. So I just didn't know if my colleagues had questions, so I will defer.
All right. Mr. Baruchik, then Alder Verveer.
I was going to move to approve, but you can reserve that till the questions are answered.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I have no questions of the applicant at this point. I did have a question for Attorney Brist, please.
By all means.
Thank you. So I appreciate Mr. Verbick's explanation, and I'm all for being kindler and gentler, but for my long tenure on this committee, in the past, we have required new applications in, I think, exact same situations. So I'd be more comfortable hearing directly from you, Steve, if you could articulate for us why we can do this a more informal way in this case. And as a follow-up question, I presume that if there are similar situations in the future, this would be the way we would proceed as well.
I guess I looked at the substance of what was going on rather than the form. I did not recall that we had done things like that in the past, required a whole new application when somebody changed their name. And so I was concerned to know that it was the same operator and the same entity ownership that was underlying the ownership was the same as it had been, and control was the same as it had been. And I thought that when those facts were satisfied, the fact that they had gone to the finance, the State Department to change the name of the LLC, that wasn't necessarily going to really affect their ability to serve or not serve alcohol in a legal way.
As I said, that sounds good to me, but I do recall that in the past we had a bottom line rule that if the actual name of the entity was changing, not the DBA, not the doing business as, but the LLC, for example, name was changing, that we had made license holders in the past go through the hoop of a new application. So again, I think that your analysis is fine.
Mike, was that changing the name of the LLC, or is the case you're talking about when they were making a new LLC with all the same officers and transferring the property to that?
There have been occasions in the past where the operation was the same, the doing business as name was the same, the individuals involved were the same, and all that changed was the name of the LLC or corporation. and we've had them complete a new application.
Okay, I don't remember it either way. So thank you. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby.
Where am I? I was just going to say that my recollection was that for the situations where it was an LLC that somebody else was taking over, it was new ownership, but they were keeping the LLC and the DBA, but it was actually new parties. Then we had them submit a new application. So I don't remember the circumstances that Alder Revere is talking about, but that also doesn't mean that that didn't happen that way. So,
I mean, I think at the end of the day, if we are less rigorous with these applicants than we have been with people in the past, these applicants are certainly not going to object. And if we are happy setting the precedent that in the case of where the only change is the change of the name of the DBA or of the LLC, that this is an appropriate process. If both those things are true, I am unconcerned with proceeding like this. Mr.
Likewise, as I say, I have no objection or concern. I just wanted to hear it from legal counsel. And I do remember it both ways, as Attorney Zillaby articulated, and then in our present case, I do recall that. And I could name names, but I don't think there's a need to.
Excellent. Mr. Verbeek.
Yeah.
I will say one thing that stuck out about this compared to other ones is that it wasn't a new LLC record with Department of Financial Institutions, and the applicant can attest to this, but I believe the state sales permit is the same as well. And those two things are very unique to situations that have occurred since I've been the deputy city clerk, and I feel that stands out a little different from how we've done things in the past.
Okay. Well, past aside, committee, when making your decision on this item, ask yourself, are you comfortable with this at present? And would you be comfortable in the future with identical cases being handled in the same way? All that being said, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
I would move approval, Mr. Chair.
Hear a motion to grant. Do I see a second? Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 20 is granted. All right. Item 21, entity reorganization for Madison Resident Inn. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. Lindsay Farina is here.
Lindsay, excellent. Can you please introduce yourself and let us know what's going on?
Sure. Thank you for having me. I am the outside alcoholic beverage counsel for RI Heritage Inn of Madison OpCo LLC. The change that's taking place is that we are removing one current officer, namely Ruby Wong, and we are adding one new officer, namely Benjamin Rosenbaum. There is no change to the LLC ownership. It's just a change in one of the officers, and all of the operations and on-site individuals will remain the same.
Beautiful. Thank you. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. Lindsay, can you just confirm, it says that there's only going to be one individual left in the sort of LLC after in the organization after that. Is that correct? Just because of the difference in title between the individuals involved, we just wanted to sort of verify that.
Yes, that is accurate. Initially, before the change took place, there was one individual, and she held the title of senior vice president. And the officer who is replacing the senior vice president is simply titled vice president.
And because this is a subsidiary LLC, I'm assuming that's the rationale for not having other sort of typical officer level positions, president, treasurer, etc.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Committee, what's your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher?
To approve.
I move approval.
All right, here a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Brushuk. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Thank you, Lindsay. Item 22, entity reorganization for the Laurel Tavern at 2505 Monroe. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not. Chair, I did send you an email about Assad being back, but if we want to deal with this with 22, and then as I believe Assad is available to talk now.
All right. I will entertain a motion to take up items 9 through 15 off the table again. I see a motion from Mr. Fletcher. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Items 9 through 15 are before you once again. All right. Assad, can you introduce yourself and let us know what's going on briefly?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can. Excellent.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
I am the operations manager of the company, and we just wanted to change the agent for the alcohol licenses.
That was indeed quite concise. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Assistant City Attorney Zilleby. Assistant City Attorney Zilleby.
Mr. Shazad, how long have you been the operations manager for the company?
I've been working in that capacity for about 3 years. I've been working for the company itself for about like 6 or 7 years, though.
Are you related to Farouk?
I am, yeah. I'm his son.
And where is your office?
It's in the same office as my dad's, more in the corner of the building.
Is your dad back working in the building?
Yeah, he's been back for about like 15 to 14 months.
And what is his role?
He's the owner. He essentially oversees everything.
And as operations manager, what is your role then?
I take things to stores, do deposits. I do a variety of different things, mostly going to stores, checking cameras, dealing with employees, schedule, everything like that.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, what is your pleasure?
Would it be appropriate to put a motion on the table and then ask questions of Attorney?
That is absolutely appropriate.
Okay, I'll move approval.
Second.
Here, a motion to grant from Ms. Westra and a second from Alder Carter. Ms. Westra, please feel free to speak to your motion and or ask questions of anyone you see fit.
Attorney Zilleby, can you give us some background on this request and the history behind this organization?
Yes. I think I had given you a written document that explained it, so I'm just going off the top of my head from that. Farouk Shazad has a federal criminal conviction for selling synthetics and selling unlicensed cigarettes out of at least one of his Capital Petroleum locations, and he went to federal prison and paid, was given a $1 million fine, in addition to some other forfeitures through the Madison Municipal Court. And then also in the course of that federal case, one of his conditions was that he had to sell one of his businesses, and then he could not be the liquor beer agent for the establishments. And I think there was also something related to his operating the businesses for a certain period of time. But that's the gist of what. And my concern was that I didn't know who Azad Shasad was and what his role was with the company, and just wanted to ask questions to make myself comfortable that he wasn't just a straw party for the liquor beer agent, to the extent that I can get assurance on that.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zollivi. Ms. Westra, did that answer your question?
One last question. How is your comfort level now?
Well, I don't have a reason to not believe that his son is not the operations manager and functioning in that role and doing what he says he's doing. So I don't have an issue with it.
All right. Committee, we have a motion and a second before us. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are granted. Congratulations, Assad. All right. So that brings us to item 22, entity reorganization for the Laurel Tavern. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask the Deputy City Clerk, I'm assuming there's no registrant for item 31 yet, correct?
There is. I've been in communication with them. They're here and available.
Oh, well, excellent. Shall we move on to item 31 then? Seeing no concern. Item 31, change of licensed premises for Senior Machetes at 121 East Main. Who do we have registered for this item?
Ophelia Garcia.
All right. Ophelia, can you please introduce yourself and let us know what you are proposing? Oh, hang on. Nope, stop. First, we need the interpreter to be sworn in.
Hey, John, can I have you raise? Yep, you raise your hand, and you affirm you will accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English. I think she might be on the Spanish channel, but I did see her.
I saw her mouth move, and she said yes. Okay, so now, Ophelia, can you please introduce yourself and let us know what you are proposing?
Do we have the applicant on our screens?
is the...
My understanding is that they had trouble logging into the meeting, so they went over to 5-Star Korean Barbecue to use their Zoom link. So for that facilitator, I believe that they might be registered under Tiho Kim, Kim, which is a later agenda item.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
There's Ophelia.
Hi. Hi, my name is Ophelia Garcia Anchondo. I'm the owner of the Senor Machetes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You put on your application that you wanted to have a translator?
No, I don't.
Ophelia and her husband Noel speak fluent English. I don't think that's actually a question on a change of license premise application.
I'm sorry. I think that was a big mistake.
Not a problem. So, Mr. Verbeek, is there an item on our agenda tonight that requires a Spanish to English?
No, I think I misread a previous, because as Alder said, there is no question like that on the application. And I had read maybe a previous renewal form, and maybe I clicked the wrong renewal form and thought that in the past it was asked for Spanish. So if we want to send the interpreter away.
No worries.
Not a problem. I guess, Adriana, thanks for being with us and have a lovely evening. And Ophelia, since you're already with us and we've started your item, let's carry on from here. So please introduce yourself and let us know what the change is that you are proposing for your licensed premises.
If you allow me, I'm Ophelia's husband and I can speak for her.
Are you a member of the corporation that owns the establishment?
I'm just her husband, that's it.
So we want to make sure that the person talking to us is either a member of the corporation, the owner, or the licensed agent.
Okay, then
no big deal. Well, my name is Ophelia Garcia Anchondo, and I'm the owner of the Senor Machetes.
Yeah, and then we want to expand to the roadside cafe.
And we want to expand the side road cafe.
Exactly.
All right. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Verbeek, then Alder Verveer.
Hi, Ophelia. This is Jim Verbeek. I'm the Deputy City Clerk. I noticed today that the last approved capacity prior to your streetery request was for an indoor capacity of 107. And then on the application for this item that we're considering, you wrote 120. So the last one the ALRC approved was 107. Are you asking the ALRC to approve your indoor capacity as well, because that was not articulated in the description?
We want to keep the same capacity.
I think that was a big mistake. And then we want to keep the same capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. My main question was asked and answered already, but as a follow-up for Ophelia, you appeared before us sometime in the last couple of years to have to be able to expand your indoor space to the second floor for private parties, I believe, and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to confirm, is it your understanding that your interior capacity for both floors is 107 or 120, and maybe we could ask also the Deputy City Clerk to just confirm that when we approve the change of license premise to include the second floor, that didn't change the capacity number. But anyway, if you could go ahead, Ophelia or Noel.
Well, that's correct. That's including the second floor. So 107, that's the capacity.
For both floors combined, Ophelia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then just to confirm what you had on the application, your sidewalk cafe plus what we're calling now the roadway cafe into the parking spaces there, that the number of chairs will be 48. Is that correct on your application?
It could be less. It all depends on
Well, that can be less. Depends on
that's what
depends on the table, but that's what really want.
But the maximum number of chairs outside would be 48. That number is correct.
Correct.
So it should be 107 indoors, 48 outdoors.
That's correct.
And then lastly, just to confirm, this is the same arrangement you've had throughout the pandemic when the city created the streetery program in 2000.
That's correct.
2020. You've had this arrangement for the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's the same one, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, what is your pleasure?
I move to grant with the revised capacity.
Second.
Your motion to grant from Alder Verveer, second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none.
No, I think we are good.
The committee's voting at this point. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 31 is granted. Congratulations.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I be recorded as a yes on the last question?
Like a yes vote or
an I vote, yes.
Yes. Well, you know what? I should have explained this. I apologize. I've been remiss. So the process that we've been using during Zoom meetings is instead of requiring each person to vote on each issue, I call to see if there is any dissent. And if there is not dissent, then the clerk records it as a unanimous vote with everybody voting yes. If anybody has concerns, then we do a roll call vote and each person votes aye or no or abstains. Make sense? Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Hopefully the third time will be the charm. Item 22. Entity reorganization for the Laurel Tavern. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
Is this the first time the items appeared on the agenda, Mr. Chair, just to confirm?
I do not remember. I will defer to Mr. Verbeek.
I don't think it is. I think this is at least the second time.
So I guess given this and given our past experience with something, in fact, we just approved earlier on, I think we can refer it again to our next meeting. Otherwise, we have more of an inaccurate record, I think, is the issue, right, with the entity reorganizations. So I don't know, Jim, if we're able to redouble our efforts at trying to get someone from the Laurel Tavern to sort of show up and explain.
Okay.
So I will take that as a motion to refer from Mr. Fletcher. I see a second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 22 is referred to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Item 23, entity reorganization for Lao Lanzhang at 2098 Atwood. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. We have two registrants of this item.
All right. Registrants, will you please introduce yourselves and let us know about the change in your organization?
You should have a prompt to unmute yourselves.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
We can. Yes, we can hear you. Yep, we can hear you.
We're still at the restaurant, so my name's Son Integer. My sister was at 1146 Williamson Street, and I'm at 2098 Atwood Avenue. We both have different LLCs, but we're both doing business as Lala and Son. We decided to consolidate. My mom retired, and my sister and I merged to the Atwood store. So adding my sister on as an officer, as an owner, removing my partner.
All right, that is very clear. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Westra.
I just would like to move approval.
All right, I hear a motion to approve from Ms. Westra. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I have a question. They removed, I'm getting a lot of background noise. Maybe it's just me. Who did they remove and who did they add?
They removed so they are a brother and sister. They removed their mother, and the sister, who was previously only at the Willie Street location, is now also an officer of the one by the Barrymore.
Okay, thank you for that. I still second. I just couldn't hear.
By all means. All right, with a motion and a second, are there any questions or discussion? Gosh, my mouth is literally watering thinking about Lanjan. That's ridiculous. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second, no discussion. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 23 is granted. And I hope I make it to your restaurant sometime soon. Item 24 is an entity reorganization for the Jenny Street Market. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not, and I think this is the first time they're appearing before us.
Mr. Fletcher?
Move referral to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Hear a motion from Mr. Fletcher, second from Ms. Westra to refer. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 24 is referred. Item 25, entity reorganization for Fresh Madison Market at 703 University. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. Jacob Waring.
Excellent. Jacob, can you please introduce yourself and let us know what change is taking place at Fresh?
Hi, guys. Jake, I'm the store director at Fresh Madison Market. My corporate office is looking to add 3 new officers for our liquor license, and that's pretty much the extent that I know from them. I wish I had more information on that, but that's what I've been told by them so far. So,
actually,
I apologize.
The fact that you are the manager and don't even need to know about this probably answers a lot of our questions about the impact that would have on the operations of the business.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Committee members, what questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese, then Mr. Fletcher.
Just to confirm, Jacob, is that true that this change isn't really, you don't anticipate it to have a big effect on your day-to-day?
No, not at all. I run day-to-day operations at the store. I take care of everything. I'm the store director. We are a corporate office, so I mean, a lot of different contracts and licensing goes through them. So nothing like this would affect me and my day-to-day operations.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Mr. Fletcher.
Jacob, and this, from your answer, you may not know sort of this question, right? But if I look at the form and we talk about adding new officers, members, and directors, and I think you've added 3. And after this change, how many total officers that will be in the organization? 3. Are we sure that there isn't anyone being removed from the sort of their prior roles in the association, or B, sort of what the construct is at the corporate level that gets you to that total? And again, it's perfectly fine if you say, I don't, Stefan, I don't know the answer to that question.
Not that I'm aware of. last year we went through a liquor license agent change. I know I went through that process. In regards to this, there are no changes that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, committee, what's your pleasure? Dr. Reese.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve from Dr. Reese, second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 25 is granted. Item 26. Item 26 is an entity reorganization for Pallet Bar and Grill at 901 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, we do. Jose and Sarah Granados are both registered.
All right. Sarah and or Jose, can you please introduce yourself? Let us know what your role is in the organization and let us know what change is happening.
I'm Sarah Granados. We had a buyout on paper within the restaurant. So Richard Uline is not going to be part of the business anymore. And then we also just restructured, removing Jose and adding myself. So none of the day-to-day operations will change. None of the other staff members are changing or management or anything like that. It's basically just a paper exchange.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Your motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 26 is granted.
I'm sorry, Chair. Who was the mover and seconder on that one? Fletcher.
That was Mr. Fletcher and Dr. Reese.
Awesome. Thank you.
By all means, item 28 is, an entity reorganization for Bel Air Cantina at 111 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Do we have a registrant here from this item?
We do. Selena Udon is registered. I don't know if she's actually here. I can see her name in the attendees list.
Yeah, it looks like she's not here with us.
All right. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move referral.
Hear a motion from Ms. Wester to refer, second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Mr. Fletcher.
Jim, can you, and maybe I'm misreading it right now, but can you talk about sort of the rationale for this not being on the consent agenda, given you have, 4 officers left and it was a 1-for-1 swap?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just bring up.
Maybe I'm misreading it. I apologize if I am.
I could be.
Maybe I'm no. I'm looking at. Sorry, I'm one up.
Were you on number 27, which was on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong piece in my PDF. Sorry, you can ignore the question.
Never mind.
So I know you withdraw the question, but just to answer, so it was removal of 2 officers that would relieve 1. So it was a change of 66% of the organization by leaving 1 person of the 3 that were in here before the application was submitted.
Super. Thank you.
Oh, for goodness sake. So were you seconding Ms. Westra's motion to refer, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, I will refer it now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your retroactive second. Any further discussion of item 28? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 28 is referred. On to item 32, and I'm going to hand you the gavel, Mr. Fletcher, and I'm going to put this cat somewhere else.
That sounds good, Mr. Chair. I hope you make it back in time. Jim, do we have any registrants for this particular item?
For 32, we do not.
What is the committee's pleasure? Ms. Westbrook?
I seem to remember that this has been on the agenda multiple times.
Probably for the fourth time, I think this might be.
So can we, so I'm going to move to place on file without prejudice.
Sounds good. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Dr. Reese. Is there any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none. Item 32 is placed on file without prejudice. That takes us to item number 33, 21 plus entertainment license for Moving North LLC, doing business as Lazy Oaf Lounge. Jim, do we have any registrants for this particular item?
We do. Thomas Alswager is registered and here.
I'm here.
Hey, good evening, Thomas. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Yeah, fantastic. Thomas, can you just talk to us a little bit about what you are hoping to do with a potential entertainment license, a 21 plus entertainment license at the Lazy Oaf Lounge?
Sure. So the Lazy Oaf Lounge has been open almost 13 years, and we've had an entertainment license for the majority of that time. During the pandemic, we chose not to keep it, I guess, just to save money because we weren't having entertainment. We had nothing going on. Now that we're back up and operating in a full capacity, we want to begin entertainment again. Nothing's really changed since before the pandemic. So we're looking to maybe do some live music twice a month. That's about it.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Committee members, what questions do you have? Dr. Reese?
You have had a couple, at least, of recent events, though, haven't you, in the past year with entertainment?
You know, we did. And to be honest, we thought that we'd paid for it and it just got renewed. And then we realized it hadn't. So, yeah, we did.
So when was it that you realized the error?
I want to say it was maybe a month ago that we figured we had paid for it. We thought we paid for it. In fact, I thought the check got cashed, but maybe that's not the case.
So you said that you let it lapse during the pandemic.
Right.
And you just thought you paid for it and you thought it was good to go, or you didn't realize that it had to come back before the committee, or what?
I didn't realize it had to come back before the committee. I thought we would just pay for it and that would be it.
Okay. And then you were notified by the clerk's office that you had to come in?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reese. Are there further questions from the committee at this point? Dr. Reese.
Sorry, one more. I'm not asking you to get into any details of previous incidents, but I will ask just because there was some public attention to one of the previous events that you had where maybe there was some concern about management of people on the property. So, and say what you're comfortable with. I'm not asking you to defend any incidents that you're not being called to answer to, but I just wondered if you had any thoughts about the way you manage the door. I know you have, one person at the door, one person on the floor. If you had any feedback about anything that might change as a result of those concerns.
I'm not exactly sure which one we're referring to, but if it's, we had an event where the entertainment provided their own door security, if you will, and it proved not to be a good situation for us. I was actually on premise at the time, And as a result of that, we'll no longer be having any events that would provide their own door people or security. That would all be handled by the Lazy Oaf Lounge, and which I feel would have a lot better control as opposed to having a third entity involved with door management.
That makes sense. And so then as far as your security with one at the door and one on the floor, would that be your sort of general operation, or would that change depending on the expected crowd to make sure that it's managed?
Yeah, correct. If we had an event where we felt that it would be busier, we would increase the amount of management on hand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reese. Alder Carter.
My question was asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant at this stage? Seeing none, is there a discussion or a motion from Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do have a question of Captain Zanders, if he's available. Captain, just given the colloquy that we just had, have you had any communication with Captain Donahue of the North Police District or any of your colleagues about this application? Are there any concerns whatsoever that you're aware of from the North District?
No, I have not had any conversation with Captain Donahue. However, I would always recommend that anytime that you bring in any type of outside entertainment, that you do your best to reach out to that captain of that district to kind of give them the heads up on what's going to be occurring.
Thank you, Captain. Mr. Vice Chair, I'll move to grant if there's no further questions.
Don't see any further questions. Alder Verveer moves to grant, second by Ms. Westra. Any discussion on the motion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, item 33 is approved. So thank you very much, everyone. And I'll turn it over to Chair Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. The beast is out on the porch, so he won't be tearing things apart in this room, at least. Next up, we have items 34 and 49, a new license and 21 plus entertainment license for Prost at 401 East Wash. And I see that, let's see, do we have a registrant here for these items?
Yes, Brian Reynolds.
All right, Brian, can you introduce yourself, let us know what your involvement is in the organization, and tell us about the proposed business?
First, very excited to be here. I am the owner of the business. We took over the infamous Bellini restaurant that was in the church space on the corner of East Wash and Hancock at 401 East Wash. And we are very excited and honored to take over the space. And our concept is to make it into a German restaurant and sort of honor the rich history that Madison has with its German influence.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Baruchik.
Thanks for being here. Are you you live in Chicago?
I do live in Chicago.
And do you have will you manage the place, or are you going to hire a general manager?
Yeah, I'll have a management team.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I will have a management team. In fact, my management team is right next to me, and that's why I think we had the feedback, because we're on dual computers. So I apologize.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Reese, then Assistant City Attorney Zelby.
Thank you. I know that you said the concept won't require line management, and that's probably accurate, but you just want to be aware of the surroundings. So to that question, what would happen if you did have a line?
Well, of course, we would be excited to have that if that meant that we were being successful, and that would also grant us the ability to staff, door security, and obviously, the one thing that I would be most interested in is making certain that the surrounding neighbors aren't inconvenienced by any means that there was a line. I think in general, my understanding these days, which is nice, is that a lot of this is done via reservations. I think we're all pretty comfortable with doing reservations, and I think we would just encourage everyone to make that reservation. I don't expect, although we will see, but I wouldn't expect a line. But if there is, then I would have to make certain that, like I said, proper security out there to make sure everyone's behaving themselves and being respectful to the neighbors.
Thanks. And to that point, is there a designated smoking area? I'm trying to remember. I haven't been over that way in a while, but that's kind of to the point of people being outside.
Right. We we're on the corner of Hancock and East Wash, and on the west side of that corner is a pretty open parking lot as you walk up the hill towards the Capitol. I despise smoking personally, so I would ask that people go over there if that's something that they're interested in doing.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Assistant City Attorney Zelby.
In terms of your entertainment, and I see that you have an outdoor patio, will the entertainment be indoors?
Yes.
And where exactly is the patio that you mentioned?
The patio is on the west side of the building, along Hancock Street. It's private property. Yeah, it's on private property. It's about 7-8 tables, depending on spacing. It's the same patio that Bellini had when they were there, if anyone's familiar with that layout.
Okay. And in your, I don't remember if it's attached with your application materials, is there a diagram of that, like that shows the dimensions and exact location?
I don't remember as well. It's got its own entrance to sort of a side entrance, and then as you enter the patio, you would either go right or left. But it's secured in via sort of like a knee-high fence, and I think I would hope that anyone who sees it would recognize that that's meant for dining.
Well, I'm asking because we need to have it on the license, like an accurate description of what the outdoor premise is.
Okay.
Point of order. I believe this corresponds to number 49, which is a new alcohol license also.
I thought you were doing them together. Sorry about that.
I introduced them together.
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that.
So
it's been a long day.
Yeah. So please carry on, Assistant City Attorney Zelby.
So we need to have the description of the outdoor premise on the liquor license.
Okay.
So
is that something I need to submit, or can I verbally submit it now, or what?
You can verbally, if you can describe the dimensions and where it is, the clerk can take that information and put it on the license for the outdoor premise.
Wonderful. And I'm welcome to answer any other questions in regards to this, so I will do my best and hope that it's satisfactory. The patio is on the west side of the building, nearest to the building. It's between the sidewalk and the actual physical building. I would say the dimensions of the patio are 8 feet by 25 feet. And it's a pretty straight patio along the side of the building. And then towards the south side of that, it would open up to the width, maybe 12 feet.
Okay, and do you have any idea how many tables you'll have out there?
I would say 7. 7, what we call 4 tops.
Okay.
I think that'll be fine for us to discuss and consider. If we do move to grant this, Brian, could you send into the licensing at cityofmadison.com either a picture or a written description of that that can be appended to your application before this would come before the Common Council?
Absolutely, not a problem, and I would love to do that.
Have you met with the neighborhood?
Yes, we had what I've affectionately called our open house, and we had a couple neighbors come in, and they were really excited and seemed to be anxious to be able to come and visit here.
And the alderperson?
We reached out to Alderman Benford via email, and I unfortunately have not heard back from him.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zillivi. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions was asked and answered, and that was to have him submit a diagram or picture of the patio. My second question is, you have on your application that you would have one security person. Would you also consider, if you get a line, this is all about the line, if you get a line, would you also consider having a security person on the inside, not just checking IDs on the outside?
Absolutely. Yes, I would, yes.
Okay, and how often are you going to be, sorry, I had a third question. How often are you going to be coming up to Madison to check on your business?
I would say often. I currently have been coming up about 3 days a week, and I would expect it to be similar at first, and then maybe 3 or 4 days a week. And then hopefully, if everything is smooth, then tapering that back to maybe 2 days a week, depending on, I guess, my how much I feel I can enhance the current management and enhance the guest experience with anything that I could do.
Okay, thank you. As we all know, Chicago is a suburb of Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, you got it. I love it. Let's put that on the record. I vote for that.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Alder Carter. Mr. Baruchik.
Thank you. So we're asking questions on the license and the entertainment license.
Correct.
Thanks. How much experience does the management team have in the industry? You can tell me combined number of years or however you prefer to describe it.
I'm at 30. Yeah, we're 20 plus.
Okay.
In fact, he just said 30, which, seeing his age, means that he started right at 18.
And then you're asking to stay open till bar time on the weekends, correct? 2:30?
Yes, I don't expect to, but we just wanted to put that in as a, of course.
Well, you don't expect to stay open that long?
I don't want to put my foot in the mouth, but traditionally I would expect a concept like this we would not have any customers by then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brusick. Ms. Westra.
I guess the one question I have is just a little bit on the other question, experience. Is this your first concept of this type of restaurant before and just moving it in Madison, or do you have other restaurants that you own and run?
Yes, I have restaurants that I've owned and run now for 20 plus years in Chicago. In fact, I have a very similar concept, German restaurant in Chicago that's doing quite well and very beloved in the neighborhood of Lincoln Park in Chicago. That opened in 2007, and very proud of it. I guess, just continuing on that, if I can motor mouth a bit, I was a graduate here at the university and have been lucky enough to be in communication with a lot of people in the industry here in Madison, and a lot of people have thought that this would be a great concept. And I so dearly love the city of Madison that it didn't take long to convince me to bring the concept here. And when we saw the space, we just all fell in love with it and thought it was just a perfect match. And very excited for the neighborhood as well. I think this part of East Wash it's got a lot of exciting things coming along, and I hope that we can just be a mainstay here and something that does well and contributes to the community. Certainly something I've done in Chicago as well.
Any further questions, Ms. Westra? Okay. Captain Zanders.
Good evening, Mr. Reynolds. We haven't had an opportunity to speak, but I would strongly encourage you to reach out to me. A lot of the questions that Dr. Reese proposed would be typical questions that I would ask of you as well. And had we had this conversation prior to, we could have probably kind of weeded through some of the questions being asked tonight.
Okay. I did reach out and spoke with someone at the office, and they said that someone would show up to our open house. And I also explained at that point that if there was any reason at any point that someone wanted to meet outside of that open house, that clearly I would be able to facilitate that. But happy to answer any questions today since we're together.
I would encourage us to have a phone call a little bit later on this week, and you can contact my office.
Absolutely. Consider it done.
All right. Thank you, Captain Zanders. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. I move to grant both the entertainment license and the alcohol license.
All right, we have a motion.
Agenda items 34
and 49.
And 49, thank you.
Of course. All right, we've got a motion to grant items 34 and 49. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Brusick. Any discussion? Alder Miadzi?
Are we not raising our hands for seconding, or are we just raising our hands to? Because that's what I was.
I see.
For that. So I mean, but if we're just going like this, then
often somebody puts their fingers up like that, and I say, "Okay, that's clearly a second." And
okay, I'll start doing that then.
By all means. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Brusick.
If Alder Miadzi wants to second that motion, he did put his hand up in the virtually before I did. So if he wants to be recorded as such, then he can do so.
It's all good. So long we're getting the city's business done. I don't care how we do it. So I appreciate it, and you're doing a great job so far, Colin.
Excellent. Any further procedural items or discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none. Items 34 and 49 are granted. Okay, so next up we have item 35, 18 plus Visual and Performing Arts Center, and item 47, a new license both for the Wary Traveler. I have reviewed the city's ethics policy, and while I don't...
Mr. Chair, if I might?
Yeah.
I would move that before we get to those applications, that I move that we reconsider our previous action for agenda item number 28, Bel Air Cantina, as the applicant has now joined us.
All right, I hear a motion to reconsider item 28. For anyone unfamiliar with this action in Robert's Rules, I see a second from Alder Miazzi. If there is something that we have voted on effectively tonight, at this meeting, and people who voted in support of it before want to reopen the discussion and have a new vote, they may move that. I forget the exact number. It requires a greater number of people. So Alder Verveer has moved that we reconsider item 28. Alder Miazzi has seconded. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion to reconsider passes, and item 28 is before us once again. So item 28 is an entity reorganization for Bel Air Cantina at 111 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And I presume that we do have a registrant here for this item now.
So Kristen was just here for quite a while, and she literally just left. So I'm not sure. She's not with us.
Alder Verveer, what is your pleasure?
I was literally just texting her a couple minutes ago. I see that she has dropped. She was here.
Yeah, she was.
As it's just articulated. Yes, I moved to place upon the table. I'm sorry to waste our time. It's frustrating.
Not a problem. I hear a motion to table item 28. I see a second from Mr. Fletcher.
Looks like she just joined us.
Would you care to withdraw that motion, Alder Verveer?
Certainly.
Excellent. Who is it that is with us?
Looks like we have Kristen Patel.
Okay.
There you go.
Kristen?
Hi, I'm so sorry. This is Kristen Idle.
Excellent. Kristen, can you please let us know your role in Bel Air Cantina and let us know what this application is about?
Yes, I'm the owner of Bel Air Cantina Capital Square, Inc., and the application is to remove shareholders Leslie Montemoro and Scott Johnson. I will be buying them out.
Excellent. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kristen, there's no sort of other operational changes or sort of structural changes the committee should be aware of, correct?
No, there are no other changes. I've been operating the company since 2010. They've more or less been silent partners and decided to retire.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, with that, I would move approval.
There a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Bruchak.
Excellent. And any discussion? Mr. Bruchak.
I forgot to put my hand down, but I'm okay with this. I'll be voting in favor.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, is there any dissent? All right, motion carries. Item 28 is granted. Congratulations, Kristen. Okay, So moving on, items 35 and 47, which are the 18 plus Visual and Performing Arts Center and new license for the Weary Traveler. As I was starting to say earlier, I reviewed the city's ethics code, and while being friends with an applicant doesn't technically disqualify you, I would feel more comfortable handing the gavel off to Mr. Fletcher for these two items.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Donnelly. Jim, do we have someone registered for these particular items?
We do. Jeff Schmidt is here and registered for both items.
Jeff, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Great, Jeff. I'm doing great. Jeff, can you just introduce yourself as sort of in your role with the business and explain sort of what you're looking to do here with both the liquor license application and the 18 plus sort of visual and performing arts license application as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a bartender at the Weary Traveler for 14 years, and over the last couple of years have chatted with the previous owners about taking over an ownership role. So I bought the restaurant with a business partner, and we basically kind of want to keep it business as usual. We didn't have a whole lot in the way of live music, concert, entertainment stuff. We had Catfish Stevenson, every other Wednesday for a long time. So it's things like that we would like to continue. Otherwise, for the liquor license, it's literally just going to be, for us anyway, a change of name, a new corporation taking over, but the restaurant is going to stay the same.
Thanks, Jeff. Deputy City Clerk Verbic, I saw you took yourself off mute. So do you have something to sort of add from for the committee before we launch into questions?
Oh, I don't think I ever muted myself, but I can mute myself. It makes you feel more comfortable.
And I know. Hey, it's okay. Either way works. Questions for the applicant from the committee. City Attorney Zillaby.
Thank you. I'm on a quest this evening on these outdoor patios to get a better description of them and where they are located. And this says there is also a 25 seat patio outside. Can you be a little more descriptive as to where that patio is and how big it is?
It's probably, I would say, about 10 feet by 25 feet. It is in what used to be our parking lot on the southeast side of the restaurant, in between our building and the building that houses Paleo Mama Bakery. We put up a tent just as a covering, and then it's just, a few movable tables, six tables, and kind of just an AstroTurf base, a bunch of plants scattered around it.
Has that always been there?
It was brought in by the previous owners during the streetery program coming out of COVID in 2020. And as far as I understand it, they reapplied to make it a permanent application about a month ago.
Okay. And since you've been there for 14 years, are you aware of any noise complaints from neighbors?
No, I'm not.
I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Zillaby. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. And just following up on Attorney Zillaby's line of questioning, and I can appreciate her concern given what she's been having to work on with Captain Zanders and others regarding outdoor noise issues at Essen House and come back in and so forth. So I can understand why this is on your radar tonight, Jennifer. I just wanted to point out that there is a very nice detailed diagram in the supplemental materials for the alcohol license application that clearly shows where the outdoor dining area is. But my question for you, Jeff, is Have you had contact with the Marquette Neighborhood Association? Obviously, Weary's a neighborhood institution, to be sure, and I don't think this would be controversial, but have you met with M&A, their preservation and development committees, where they usually have alcohol license applicants visit with them?
I haven't met with any of them at meetings per se, but I have talked with many of them as they've come into the restaurant. A few of them were sitting outside on the patio earlier this week, and we're very excited about having new ownership, keeping the restaurant the same in the neighborhood.
Very good. And those were like members of the M&A board, Jeff?
Yeah, it was Mary Eckberg, and then Jack Keir was there, and I honestly don't remember names of who else was on.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. It's just that M&A has historically been very active on matters before our committee, and so it's a bit of a departure not having anything in writing from them. And I know they went through some transitions with their P&D committee. But again, I don't think that they would find this controversial in any way. Just was curious if you had been in contact with them.
Yeah, and then for what it's worth, we've got the certificate of appropriateness from the Madison Landmarks Commission too. They came through and looked at the patio and have approved what we've done.
Very good. Thanks so much. And congratulations. I love it when employees take over ownership of businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Alder. Attorney Zilvey, do you have a further question, or is your hand still up from before? Sounds good. Any further questions for the applicant? With that in mind, a motion or discussion would be in order on both items 35 and 47. Dr. Reese.
Move to grant items, do I have this right, 35 and 47? Did I mix those up?
No, you are correct. 35 is the 18 plus license. 47 is the liquor license. So second by Alder Carter. Is there further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. Is there any objection? Seeing none, items 35 and 47 stand approved. Congratulations, Jeff. Thanks for appearing before the committee this evening. Chair Donnelly, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I think we can, let's see. We can skip over 36 and 37 and come back to those after we've dealt with things where people are waiting for us. So item 38, new license for, where are we? Sorry. New license for Vintage Vault Arcade at 2425 South Stoughton Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not. This is the second time it's been before us.
Committee, what's your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher?
Jim, I'm assuming we have heard nothing from the applicants at all with respect to this?
No.
I'd move to place on file without prejudice then.
And for our newer members, that is very similar to denying, but it does not preclude their ability to come back and make a new application if they need to. Alder Miazzi? Alder Miazzi?
Second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to place item 38 on file without prejudice. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 38 is placed on file. Item 40 is a transfer of licensed location for table wine. New location is at 2301 Atwood. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Molly, you should have a prompt. There you go.
Excellent. Molly, can you introduce yourself and let us know about this move?
Sure. So I opened Table Wine in Kennedy Place about 6.5 years ago. We had the opportunity to buy our own building in what is, some of you might know as the old Sugar Shack building. It's on the corner of Atwood and Evergreen. So we're expanding our square footage a little bit, but we also have a little outdoor space as well. The bulk of our business is still off-premise bottle sales. So currently that accounts for about, I think it's somewhere around 95% of our business. Bar is hovering around 3%, so it's quite small. Prior to the pandemic, bar was about 10%. So in the world of no pandemic, we might get back up to that, but it's not really the bulk of what we do. I'm assuming that I'm here because of the outdoor seating thing, so I'll just say it right now. The outdoor seating is between our commercial building and a commercial building next door, which is an auto body shop. It's about 15 feet by 30 feet. We're planning on having 4 to 5 tables. People will have to come and go through the store to be able to enter and exit that space.
Excellent. Thank you, Molly. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Assistant City Attorney Zillaby.
Hello. Thank you for that description of the outdoor area. Is that an area that you own then, or?
Yes. Yep. It's part of our property. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And have you talked to the neighbors about?
So the neighbors are, 2 neighbors upstairs are our tenants. They rent from us. So they are aware of our plans. The neighbors who abut us to the back are the people who sold us the building. So they are also aware of our plans. We have not had a chance to connect with our direct next door neighbors, but their business is done at 5 p.m. So I can't really imagine us impeding them in any way.
Okay. And there's no other residential?
Not immediately. There's a huge pine tree that blocks us from our parking lot. So we have our parking lot back. Sorry, I'll back up. We have our side yard. There's a giant pine tree. It's probably 60 feet tall. And then our parking lot, and then the backyard of our neighbors. So we're not really super, super close to anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, of course.
All right, thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zillaby. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Carter.
Thank you, Chair. Molly, have you been in contact with the alder?
Yep, I've done all the things. I've talked to the alder. Grant's on board for us. I had a public hearing. No one came. We went to the SASE board meeting. No one had any questions. And a few of the people on board or on that board are very supportive. We contacted the police captain for our sector. We've done all the things. No concerns from anyone that I'm aware of.
And what neighborhood are you in?
We're in Sassy.
Oh, you are actually in Sassy.
Yep. I'm currently in Sassy and I'm staying within Sassy, but I'm changing Alder districts.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 blocks.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any further questions for the applicant? Ms. Westra.
I just want to move a motion of move approval.
Hear a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 40, transfer of location for Table Wine is granted. Congratulations on the new location, Molly. Okay, item 42 is a new license for iMart stores at 5551 East Park Boulevard. This is a Class A beer, Class A liquor. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
I do not see anyone register for this item.
Mr. Fletcher?
Is this the first time on the agenda, Jim?
It is.
I move referral to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Your motion to refer from Mr. Fletcher, second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 42 is referred to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Item 43, new license for 5 Star Korean Barbecue at 605 East Wash. Do we have a registrant for this item?
Yes, Teo Kim is here.
Excellent. Hello, Teho. Thank you for helping earlier with the item where people needed telephone help. Can you please introduce yourself and let us know about the business you're proposing?
Oh, yeah. When I get the new liquor license, then we're going to do video gaming machine and then karaoke. Yeah, karaoke. And yeah, so our business hours extend 1 hour, like 11 will be open 11 to 11. And yes, that's it.
All right. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Ms. Westra and then Assistant City Attorney Zillavi. Ms. Westra?
Can you clarify the hours that you just stated because they do not match what was on the license application?
Our business hours is 11 a.m. to 9 for weekdays, and on weekends we open 11 to 11 p.m.
Okay, because the license application says till 10 on Friday and Saturday.
Correct. How can I change it?
Well, if it is if you would like to amend the application, that's something that we can do verbally over the course of the meeting. We just need to make sure that it is recorded correctly. I bet we'll touch more on that later. Assistant City Attorney Zillavi.
Thank you. Did you complete the beverage server training?
Yes.
Course?
Yes.
Okay. And my other question is for the premises, which would be the area where you are going to serve and sell alcohol beverages. Can you be a little more specific as to where that is? The application just lists 605 East Washington Avenue.
Oh, yes. The Blair Street and East Washington Avenue. We are on the corner. Now there's a road construction around here. So
I'm referring to inside of the building, where specifically?
We have a refrigerator. Yeah, refrigerator. We're gonna keep a refrigerator in our store.
Is it just a dining area where you will be serving the alcohol?
Yes.
And then it's being stored in your kitchen, is that correct?
Yes.
Are there any other areas in the building where alcohol will be stored or served?
Oh yeah, we have two refrigerators for drink. One is our kitchen and one is our dining hall. Like next to register.
So there, are you saying there's a cooler next to your register that has alcohol beverages in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Your business is like 90%.
Is it just the main floor of your building where all this happens?
Yes.
There's no downstairs?
No down. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zilovy. Mr. Burshak.
Thank you. Is there a bar top area in the restaurant?
No.
No.
Seating.
It looks like on the application you wrote no drinking at the parking lot or restaurant. What is?
No.
But there will be alcohol beverage service in the restaurant. That's what you're telling the. Okay.
And they got stools around the bar.
Thank you.
You got stools.
All right. Committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
On the diagram, you list 5 outdoor tables. So I just wanted to verify that you will not be serving alcohol outdoors.
No. We don't have any outdoor seating. No, we don't sell liquor outdoor.
Okay, great. And then you mentioned you don't plan to have live entertainment, but you might later. So just making it clear that this license is only for the alcohol, and you'd have to come back for a separate license if you do decide to do.
Yeah. Yes. We're gonna do karaoke later. Yes.
Thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant?
So he still wants to have his license say that he can do karaoke?
Who is this speaking?
I'm Cliff, his landlord. I was the one that found out he didn't have the license. The last owner never told him he had to renew his liquor license. And so he's never done this before, so I was just helping him out on this. So it's pretty much the same as when it was 5 stars.
Sure. So, Cliff, are you involved in this business at all?
Just collecting the rent.
Okay, so
helping him out because
so to be clear, you are not an officer of the corporation. You are not a part owner. You're not a manager or liquor license agent or anything like that.
No, just his landlord helping him out because he's never.
Sure. So you're welcome to hang out with him, and you can give him any advice that you like at other times. But we can't hear from you during these proceedings.
Because he doesn't understand a lot of stuff.
On behalf of the applicant. So we need to hear him because we have to have our conversation with Tejo to make sure that we and he are on the same page and that he won't need your interpretation in the future of what's going on. So, Tejo, do you have any questions, or is there something that you wanted to change or update?
No, I just want to be curious.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just sort of the prior discussion sort of illuminated maybe 2 questions I have. One, sort of the last time that 5 Star Korean Barbecue was licensed by the kind of committee and the council. Jim, do you have sort of any, like, the list of conditions, if there were any, and Chair Donnelly, you may already have that.
It took a little bit of digging because there have been a number of failed applications and lapses. As far as I can tell, the most recent time that we granted a license here, the conditions were about the capacity, that there will be no outdoor seating, and that the establishment must meet the definition of a restaurant as defined in MGO 38.02.
Great, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, to the discussion about whether karaoke strictly requires an entertainment license or not, can we just clarify that maybe for the benefit maybe of everyone, especially with having new members? Thank you.
Assistant City Attorney Brist, can you educate us, please?
I haven't worked with that question for a while. I'm going to have to check the ordinance.
By all means. Would you like seconds or a minute or more?
A minute or more.
Okay, why don't we come back to that? Let us know when you're ready, Ms. Westra.
So all of my little warning bells are going off. So when was the last time this property, there was a valid legal liquor license at this location? Who had the liquor license, and when was this sold? And how long have they been serving without a valid liquor license?
So last year, June 2021.
Let's take them one at a time. So first, Mr. Verbeek, what is the most recent time that there was a license, a current license at this address?
The last license was inactivated, looks like last July. So I'm guessing it was not renewed.
Okay. And Teho, when did you become the owner of Five Star Korean Barbecue?
January 1st, January 4th, last year.
So January of 2021?
No, January 4th.
January of what year?
2021.
Okay, so January of 2021.
Yes.
And during that time between January of last year and now, have you been serving alcohol?
No alcohol.
When did you stop serving alcohol?
We never serve alcohol.
Well, before you owned the business, they served alcohol, correct?
Chucky. Yeah, Chucky did, the former owner.
All right, back to you, Ms. Westra.
Okay, because the different conversations happening made it sound like he was serving beer or alcohol and didn't know that the license wasn't renewed. And so that's where the clarification for that came in. So since this is a new license for a premise that hasn't been licensed in over a year, was there and I guess I didn't get this from everything, was there a neighborhood meeting and alder notification and signage?
Yeah. I was in the neighborhood meeting.
All right, Alder Miadzi.
I just want to follow up on what my colleague asked about the neighborhood meeting. Just wanted to see what the alder's name was or what the neighborhood meeting was with?
Berlisa?
Mark that meeting. They send a letter. Show them a letter.
Yes.
I got an email from them. Let me check out. They sent to the city.
Yeah, but usually when you have a community meeting, you have it with the alder. What was the alder's name? You said, Melissa.
Brian.
Oh, Brian Benford.
Yes.
Oh. All right. If there's any way that you could send that letter to the committee, that would be nice, just to be able to view it.
The letter was sent to us.
Or does city have that?
Yes.
Staff, do you guys have that letter?
Yeah. They sent to the city.
Jim, do you have that letter, or do we have the letter on file? Is that?
I'll have to look for that.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Alder Yadzi. Assistant City Attorney Brist.
Thank you. Under our chapter 38, under 380611, sub C, live entertainment defined. Live entertainment does not include non-amplified or acoustic music performed by a single artist, or performances where an uncompensated patron sings along with a machine that plays pre-recorded music, commonly known as karaoke. That does not require a license.
That is exceptionally clear. So, Tejo, what that means is if you are granted the alcohol license and you later want to add karaoke, you do not need to come back for an additional license. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's good news. Alder Carter.
Yeah, just a clarification for Tejo. Did Alder Benford send you an email, or are you talking about the letter that you might receive from the clerk's office? I think some confusion with that.
Brian said to go see the neighborhood. He was okay with it.
When I go to meeting with the neighborhood, and they say I'm okay. So yes, I thought it's okay.
I think we're all okay at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Committee, what additional questions do you have for this applicant? All right, thank you, Tejo. We'll let you know if we have other questions for you. Committee, what is your pleasure?
Can we get a review listed again what the previous license conditions were?
By all means. They were that the capacity be what was on the application, that there be no outdoor seating, and that the establishment meet the definition of a restaurant under MGO 38.02. Any further questions, Ms. Mestra? All right, Alder Carter, then Dr. Reese.
I'm willing to move approval with conditions
And what conditions would those be?
that you just read off.
Beautiful. Jim, do you?
I got them.
Awesome. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Second from Alder Verveer. Dr. Reese.
Just to point out that the diagram does have 5 outdoor tables listed on it. And the applicant did say they don't plan on serving alcohol. So I don't know if that the condition means no outdoor seating at all or just no outdoor seating with alcohol served.
I recall when this was here before, and they had said that there would be no outdoor seating. And so we did make it a condition of the alcohol license that there would not be outdoor seating at all, which meant that if there were outdoor seating, I believe that could technically be construed as a violation of the alcohol license, even if alcohol weren't being served there. So we would want, if you want to allow, if you don't want to risk creating that situation, we should explicitly say there will be no outdoor alcohol service. So, Alder,
I'm willing to add that, Chair.
Okay. And Alder Verveer, are you comfortable with that as well?
Indeed, thank you.
Excellent. So, Jim, you got that?
Will the second condition just read there'll be no outdoor seating or alcohol service?
No, there will be no outdoor alcohol service.
Okay.
In fact, now that I think about it more, does the description of the licensed premises on the application include outdoor space as part of that licensed premises?
No, it's blank, with the exception of repeating the address.
Okay. So,
in fact, if I could, Chair Donnelly, I was hoping that as the questions were being asked and answered of the applicant, that the deputy city clerk was amending the application as we went along, because it was not obviously fully completed in some respects. For example, the colloquy between Attorney Zillaby and the applicant on the description of the licensed premise.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the other area, which I think, Chair, you said we'd come back to, was the discrepancy in the 1 hour difference in closing time on Friday and Saturday evenings.
Indeed. So, given that, at least as currently moved, there's nothing on the license that would prohibit operation until the state statute approved bar time. So unless the committee intends to change that, we should simply, Jim, update the application to reflect what the applicant said verbally. But that's more informative than prescriptive.
Okay.
Mike, that work for you?
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, Mr. Burshak.
So just to be clear, if the motion before us right now is passed, they would be permitted to operate to 2:30 in the morning, state approved bar time.
2:30 Friday, Saturday, 2 o'clock, Sunday through Thursday. You are correct.
I'm in support of that, but I'm a bit concerned that we're only letting Taco Local stay open till I think it's 11. We didn't have objection from the neighborhood this time around, but I'm concerned that this is uneven treatment. I'm not sure I'm new on this committee. I'm not sure that I fully think that's fair. Nevertheless, I'd probably vote for the motion as is.
Sure. I can shed a little bit of light on it. There are some areas where we're very careful about hours, and others that are sources of less concern. And given that we have not had hours restrictions on this location in the past, and I believe it doesn't, and please, Mike or anyone, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't believe it abuts any residential property. It's on the corner of Blair and Wash. So in two directions, we've got a street and then the old Chamber of Commerce building, later direction, a street and a Goodyear tire place, I think. So the opportunity for it to cause disruption to people is significantly less than something that's next door to residential properties. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Since you invited me to add my thoughts, I do believe that the landlord of this premise does also own an adjacent rental property, a house that is on Blair Street there. But the main difference, in my estimation, is that this is on literally Highway 151, both East Wash and Blair, and all the years that this premise has been licensed off and on, we've never had any noise complaints or concerns articulated over the years, which is not the case with Willie Street. A large number of residences that are adjacent there. And as you know, there's a clear difference in the record of tonight's public hearing and the record in last month's public hearing regarding Taco Local on Willie Street. Same neighborhood association. My understanding is that the applicant did indeed meet with M&A. At least that's my understanding secondhand, that he did meet with M&A. I think he articulated that this evening as well, and there were no concerns articulated at the neighborhood association level.
I thank you. I'd forgotten about those two houses there, but you're right. Also, Highway 151. I live 3 blocks from Highway 151, and all night and all summer, I can hear a ruckus from the street, and I have trouble imagining that a Korean barbecue could produce a volume of sound to even be noticeable over the din of East Wash. What additional discussion of this item? Mr. Verbeek, is there anything where you lack sufficient clarity?
Who was the second on that motion?
Alder Verveer. Alder Carter. Alder Carter.
Can we repeat the motion?
Of course. So it's a motion to grant with the conditions that the capacity be 60 persons, that there be no outdoor alcohol service, and that the establishment meet the definition of restaurant per MGO 38.02.
Thank you.
I literally do not know my own telephone number, but I know that ordinance. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 43 is granted. Congratulations, Tejo. Next up is item 44. 44 is a new license application for a Class B beer license for El Rancho Mexican Grill at 4527 Cottage Grove Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Looks like Guadalupe is not here with us.
All right. Committee, what's your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher?
This is the first time this has been on the agenda, correct, Mr. Chair? Jim?
Correct.
Move referral to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Your motion to refer, is there a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Mr. Verbeek, why was this one not included on the consent agenda?
I haven't been putting most new licenses on the consent agenda, knowing that there end up going to be taking off the consent agenda. The only one I put on the consent agenda was the transfer for CUNA because it was moving within the same campus.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So we have a motion to refer and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Motion carries. Item 44 is referred to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Item 45, the turnkey at 1344 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, Samuel Parker is here, is registered, and I
just left.
He just left.
Yep, he was unmuted and now he just left.
No, sorry, he is
Sure.
here. He's in the wrong
See him?
section.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Excellent. Sam, can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Absolutely. I'm Sam Parker, guys. How you doing? Brian Bartles and Ryan Huber and I are partners in the Settle Down Tavern on Pinckney Street. And we recently reached an agreement to assume the lease of the space at 1344 East Wash, which previously was Pasquale's Cantina. And our plans are to put a restaurant in there called the Turnkey. We're not making any physical changes to the space other than aesthetic details. We are not going to operate a grocery type of element like Ben Roberts put in there in the one part of it, which he called provisions. That will be additional seating for the restaurant and also a space where we have some sort of sort of bar games that are from around the world in there. So we want that space to be sort of an activity-based area where you can also eat and drink, and then we'll use the main bar area as the dining room, and then also the outdoor patio, which is on the parking lot side of the building, the back of the building. So that's the plan.
Excellent. Would you like to tell the story behind the name?
Sure. Yeah. Well, as many of you probably know, the project we were working on previously to this one was the Cranberry Club on Sherman Avenue. And due to market conditions, mostly caused by the pandemic, that just became a project we could not do. It was going to be twice as expensive and take more than twice as long. And so then when this opportunity presented itself to us, I'm long time good friends with Ben Roberts, who owns Pasquale's. And he reached out to me, just sort of spitballing, wondering if we'd be interested in taking over. And as we thought about it more, and compared it to our experience with the Cranberry Club, we just loved the idea of a turnkey opportunity. And so we liked it so much that we decided to call it the Turnkey.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question, just confirming something that the applicant mentioned. So I know that the sort of site map and the diagrams that we have relate to Pasquale's and sort of that, and I understand sort of the majority that there isn't really any changes beyond the aesthetics going into the turnkey versus Pascal's now. But I do just want to confirm the capacity that indeed we are looking at 273 indoors and 97 outdoors. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was just taken from what Pasquale's capacity was.
Does the provisions aspect of thing that you mentioned, Sam, is that you're not doing that compared to what Pascal's does now? Did I hear you right earlier?
Correct. Yeah, I don't think he ever reduced his capacity numbers when he made that space into more of a market and didn't use it for seating. So. But we're not going to do a grocery in there. We're just going to do, like I said, the little game room with some additional seating for eating.
Got it. Okay. That kind of addresses my one question. The second is, I just for the committee's benefit, I mean, are there lessons that you're taking from your operation of the Settle Down Tavern to turnkey, as it were, in terms of anything relevant that we should be sort of aware of from an operational standpoint?
Well, yeah, always learning through all our projects, definitely. As some of you may know, all three of us have spent a long time in the restaurant business, both in Madison here and our partner Brian in New York. So we're always learning from what we do and adjusting in that way. I guess as far as lessons specifically from Settle Down and how they might apply to the turnkey, one thing we learned with the Settle Down and the city introducing the Streetery program, which is now the Roadway Cafes, is that Madisonians love dining outside. And so another aspect of this property that was so attractive to us was that excellent outdoor seating area on the parking lot side of the building. So we're definitely going to take advantage of that. Yeah, and also I guess the only other thing I would say is that we focused from the beginning at Settle Down on the culture. It was our number one priority. We wanted to create a space and a restaurant that had a culture that might not be considered to be usual in the restaurant bar business. And we can say proudly that we were successful at that. And I think it shows in a lot of different ways. When you come to the Settle Down, I think you see how much the staff loves being there and enjoys working there. And I think that is definitely something we're going to bring to this new project for sure, because it is the single most important thing we do. Absolutely.
And Sam, my last question, could you, and I know the sort of deputy city clerk forwarded, a note to the committee just now, regarding the Tanny Lapham Neighborhood Association sort of support for your project. But can you sort of elaborate in your conversations, any concerns that were raised, or has it just been general support for the project overall?
There was really only one concern raised at the association meeting that I attended, and that was by a neighbor who was asked specifically about our operating hours, and had some incidences. I think he lives on East Mifflin. He lives on one of the I think that street right along the back there. But he expressed concern over some experiences that he had out in front of his house at in the wee hours of the morning. And so his main concern was how late we would be operating. Our operating hours are going to end at 11 o'clock. So he was very glad to hear that. He's also, I believe, been to the Settle Down, and I think he had maybe that helped inform him on what kind of a operation we're going to run there. But that was the only real concern voiced was
There was also a neighbor who wanted to be sure that you'd have the front door unlocked so that if they were walking from there, they could go to the restaurant.
Well, I don't think we're allowed to keep any of the exits locked during operating hours. So, yeah, that will definitely be that we will definitely have that door unlocked. Absolutely.
Super. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Assistant City Attorney Zellaby.
Thank you. My question, not surprisingly, has to do with on the application, it says outdoor seating area. And I know you have very detailed drawings attached, architectural drawings, but the writing is teeny tiny and I can't really read it. If you could describe more specifically where the outdoor patio is, I would appreciate that.
Sure. It's on the back side of the building, the part of the building that faces the parking lot. And it's sort of a 2-level area. The main portion of it is a ground level square, basic square, right? Sort of centered in the corner there. There's a Quonset hut that's sort of on the back side of the building on the west end. And then so that lower seating area is sort of in the corner created by the Quonset hut and the back of the building. And then there's just a slightly elevated deck that runs along the rest of the back of the building over to the Dickinson end. And the handicap ramp runs up along behind that part as well.
Is the Quonset hut used for anything?
Yeah, that's storage. There's a giant walk-in freezer and a giant walk-in refrigerator in there, and then a couple of storerooms.
And it says 97 capacity for the patio. Is that correct?
I believe that's right. Yep.
Okay. And is that all seated?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will just add that you mentioned how your employees are really important to you there, how they present and everything. And I will just say that I was super impressed with your employees at the Settle Down and even sent an email to one of the owners about that because I was so impressed. They were just amazing. So
thanks so much.
Good job there.
Thank you. That's it means a lot because, as I said, that's sort of our number one thing. So that means a lot. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Could very well have been Sam's daughter, by the way. Proud.
Could have been, or my son. He's working there too.
When the Alders were there the other night, your daughter was serving us, Sam.
Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah. That's personally just a super rewarding part of it for me. Absolutely.
Awesome. Mr. Brushak.
Hello, Sam. Thank you. You said that one of the neighbors expressed concern about the operating hours, right?
Yep.
And you assured him that you would be closed by 11?
Yep.
And that satisfied him?
Oh yeah. He smiled and he said, that's all I need to hear. So yeah.
How would you react if this committee put 11 o'clock restrictions on the license?
I think we would always prefer to have as much flexibility for the future as we can. You might be interested to know that our lease stipulates that we stop operating at 11 o'clock. That was in the lease that we assumed from Pasquale's. So I guess I wouldn't think it was necessary. And my reaction would be to say, if I had my druthers, I would ask for that restriction to not be on the license just in case, because you never know what's going to happen in 10, 15, 20 years. But at this point, our plan is to be done at 11. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Alder Miadzi.
I moved for approval, but I would say that you are allowed, if things change, to come back in to get that time changed. But because of the commitment toward your residents and and other constituents, I think it's important to allocate or put that time on there. So I'm in approval of this with the restrictions of being done at 11.
All right, so I hear a motion from Alder Miadzi to grant with the condition that alcohol service cease by 11 p.m. Do I hear a second?
But also, before I finish up, I saw that Vice Chair Fletcher wanted to say something, so I'll let him say what he's going to say first before I conclude that. He was raising his hand, stop. So.
No, I was both one going to second the motion, but B with the clarification that Mr. Donnelly added, because around ceasing alcohol sales versus sometimes I think way back in the past we've talked more about closing time. So I just wanted to make sure we were using the ceasing alcohol sales language that we've more consistently used now. So thank you. That was all.
Okay. Yeah. With his.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that motion with his exact verbiage. So,
of course. So I've got a motion and a second. Before we go to discussion, Sam, what Alder Miadzi said while he was making the motion is you can come back for a change of license conditions at any time to get the hours extended. And those that is not a challenging process when business is well established in the neighborhood. That being said, are you comfortable with this condition at this time?
Can we clarify? The condition is that alcohol sales stop at 11, but it's not it's not specific to stopping operating.
You got it.
Then I am absolutely comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Of course. Committee, any discussion? Hearing Mr. Bruchak.
Thanks. I think we're being consistent here if we approve this. The explanation about the difference between Taco Local and Korean 5-Star Barbecue was about the neighborhood, about residences and so forth. I would probably support a less restrictive condition. But since and if I could go back to the Taco Local thing, and I promise I won't bring this up again. I won't go back to the past. But if I could go back to the Taco Local, I would change my vote. On this committee, I want to be consistent and fair. I think this motion achieves that. So I'll be in support.
I will remind you the opportunity does exist procedurally that you could move to reconsider a previous item. Don't want to restrict your options.
Thanks for the reminder.
All right. Any further discussion of this item? All right. Hearing none. Is there any opposition? Is there any dissent to granting item 45, the turnkey with conditions? Hearing no dissent, motion carries and license is granted. Congratulations, Sam.
Thanks, everybody.
I look forward to having another restaurant in my neighborhood. Item 46, new license for Oso Madhouse at 1817 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
It looks like Eric is not with us.
He registered, but he's not here.
1817. So that's got to be what, just before First
Correct. Yep.
Street on the south side of the street?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, is that in the old Marling?
Yep.
Location?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. If there's no registrant committee, what's your pleasure?
Move referral.
Your motion to refer from Ms. Westra, second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 46 is referred. Item 48 is a new license application for Woody Ann's at 2236 Winnebago. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, Josh Wenzel.
Hi, everybody.
Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your plans for Woody Ann's?
Yeah, Josh Wenzel, current owner of the Ohio Tavern, part owner of Star Liquor on Williamson Street. The two partners I have at Star on Williamson are Michael Randall, part of the Alchemy and Ideal, Troy Armbruster, part of the Ideal. Same kind of corporate structure. We're just kind of, I've had a couple conversations with Woody and Ann over the last couple of years, and they got pretty serious about retiring. And we're just basically interested in going in and making sure that building doesn't get torn down, and we see a little bit of the tavern around here. Not really a change of business, not food, outside of what is already done, like frozen pizzas and snacks. So really no change of operation.
All right. Committee, what questions do you have for the registrant? Ms. Westra.
So the question I have is probably the most important question. The shuffleboard table is staying, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That question has been asked so many times.
And you beat me to the question, Ms. Westra. All right. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
Just a quick one. Have you all been involved in operation of this, or is it really, or are Woody and Ann still involved, or are you just, they're gone, they're out, you're in, taking over?
As far as operations at this time go, we have had nothing to do with the business. We've had a lot of discussions about how things are ran and how those operations will continue seamlessly. But at this time, no, we have not participated in the business.
Okay, no concerns about adding a new business on top of all the things that y'all are already doing?
No, not really. We got a really good kind of system going, and this is a very nice small operation. We're not going in and doing anything that I think is going to tax us. We know the bartenders, we know the customers, we know the previous or soon to be previous owners, and we're all, I think, pretty good at what we do. And if anything, we're just going to improve the behind the scenes situation.
Great, thanks.
All right. What additional questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher.
I do not have an additional question for the applicant, but if there's no one else in the queue, I do have I guess one of my standard questions for either you or the Deputy City Clerk, and that is to understand if there are any existing conditions with the prior license that the committee should be aware of.
I haven't looked this one up. Jim?
I'll have to look that up.
I'll be curious to hear when that license was first granted also. But it's been there for a while.
Let's see. As far as conditions, there are no conditions in the license. Looks like it was granted February 2nd, 1988.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be something like that.
In that case, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move approval.
All right, I hear a motion to approve from Mr. Fletcher. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Alder Miadzi? Nothing from Alder Miadzi. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item.
Actually, I muted myself. May I please just ask a question. I think I know the answer to this. The clarification is great.
You muted again.
How about now?
You're good.
I'm not sure why that keeps happening. We are a new legal entity going in. We're purchasing the property, starting a new business, taking over the building, and essentially starting a new tavern, but continuing things as normal. Is there any situation in which we are allowed to purchase the alcohol that has been bought under the current license that they hold?
That is not a question that I can answer. Assistant City Attorney Zilby, if you are comfortable answering that for the applicant, you are welcome to do so.
I would refer you to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue and check with the revenue agent that deals with this area.
Okay.
It used to be possible to do that, but I don't know if it's still permitted.
I think there's a form with DOR that they can do, but yeah, I would echo what Attorney Briss said, is that you should check with the Department of Revenue. The enforcement agent for the area, his name is Jason Lee. He's very helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. All right. Congratulations, Josh, and have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. That was item 48. Next up, item 50, new license for Chef Dave Madison at 100 North Hamilton Street. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, we have Dave Heidi. I believe he's in there as Chef Dave.
That is me.
Excellent. Dave, can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Yes, of course. So my name is Dave Heidi. I own Liliana's Restaurant. I used to own Charlie's on Main in Oregon. I'm the founder of Little John's, and we're currently turning our current restaurant, Liliana's, into two new businesses that are both different restaurants. So that's a little bit about my past. And one of the other things that we do is we do a lot of catering. And we started having conversations because we just put in our Little John's Pay What You Can restaurant into the Madison Children's Museum. And they asked, since Brewer and Roman Candle were closing and stepping out, if we would be able to help them out with alcohol and catering. And that's what this is about. So that address is for the Madison Children's Museum.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
I see that you checked yes for live entertainment. Does the Children's Museum have a license, an entertainment license, or is that something that you would be managing?
We would not be managing any of that. We're only going to be there for the alcohol and food and service. So any of those other things, I think, are through the Children's Museum. We'll just be the food and drink.
Okay. So, Jim, should we modify the application to leave that as a no if they aren't having anything to do with that? Or how does this, I know this gets into one of those weird things where we've got a different person that's handling alcohol than the person who is running the establishment.
I'll let the attorneys answer this question as far as if an entertainment license needs to be possessed, if there's an alcohol license there.
Assistant City Attorney Brest.
Well, I think it depends on what kind of entertainment is going on, but I would say that this entity is not applying for an entertainment license, and we maybe should change the application to say that they are not seeking they are not planning to have entertainment.
Do we have other situations like is the Orpheum or I know we just dealt with this a few months ago, but where the Children's Museum might have bands or DJs, but the catering business is not, or hotels, like how does that work?
I'm not sure I can directly answer that question. I was going to give the example of Monona Terrace, where the Monona Terrace's catering company holds a license, but for alcohol, but there is entertainment that goes on in the rest of the building. I have no idea what they had put on their application when they applied.
If I could, I'm sorry, I don't know if my hand raised thing went up or not. I guess when I was thinking live entertainment, I wasn't thinking about so weddings and whatnot. We're kind of in this holding pattern with trying to figure out, as they're phasing out Roman candle, and because events, I don't know if you guys know this, but there was this pandemic that wiped out almost all events, and so we're basically starting from the ground up, and we're kind of building a relationship on who's going to be responsible for what. And so if it doesn't hurt the application, if I could leave yes, there might be live entertainment attached to us, so that if we do end up taking on with that food and beverage consulting, if we do end up helping to try and coordinate with a DJ for a wedding, which would be the only purpose that we would have any amplified entertainment, if we could just leave that attached with us, is that possible?
Well, so it's the question of whether or not you'd actually need an entertainment license.
Yeah, I think Assistant City Attorney Brist, would you be willing to look into this, to get back to us at a future date? Because I know that we've had things. There's the Children's Museum. There's somebody held a license for the library. I think maybe it was Ian Garfield. We've had some other things like that, where basically a space contracts with somebody to do alcohol sales on the infrequent occasions when they are going to have events with alcohol. And I'd like to know what the correct way, I don't care what we did in the past, what should we be doing as far as entertainment licensing, so that we can make sure to do it right in the future?
It'll take a little bit of research, but yes, I can look into that.
Excellent. Dr. Reese, what concerns do you have about moving forward tonight?
No concerns tonight about moving forward. Just wondering if we should make sure the application is correct before the council votes.
So,
and if you all don't see an issue with that, I don't either. I just don't want them to get in a bind if we approve it that way.
My understanding is that much of the material in the application is informative for those making decisions about approval, and don't subject the applicant to specific restrictions. So I think the likely consequence of Dave having entertainment on the alcohol license application is that somebody asks a question like this again. And at the future point, when Assistant City Attorney Brist has concluded research and lets us know what the situation should be, Mr. Verbeek, do you have any concerns with sharing that information from Assistant City Attorney Brist with Dave?
No, I do not.
Awesome. So, Dave, do you have any questions at this time?
No, not at all. I'm excited to finally do something in Madison, because everything else I've been doing is in the suburbs. So yeah, it'll be fun to be downtown.
Excellent. So, Mr. Verbeek, then Alder Verveer.
I know your question to Attorney Brist was not so much on the history, but more going forward. I just wanted to chime in with some of the establishments that were mentioned earlier. Previously at this location, Tango Bravo did hold an entertainment license along with their alcohol license. The library, Gibbs is the one that holds that alcohol license. They do have an entertainment license, although it's not active right now because they have not paid for the renewal fees yet. Overture does not have an entertainment license, but that's because they hold theater licenses, and so they wouldn't need to hold an entertainment license then. And the Manoa Terrace does have an entertainment license, the catering company that holds the alcohol license.
Cool. Thanks, Jim. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank Dr. Reese for the excellent question. I had this exact same conversation with Jonathan Zara of the Children's Museum when we were discussing Chef Dave taking over the catering operation and specifically the alcohol license. And I mentioned that in my estimation that it's pretty clear that Chef Dave would likely also need to apply for the entertainment license. And an entertainment license will be necessary there for both the private events and actually some of the public events that the Children's Museum has annually. As Chef Dave kind of alluded to, Jonathan made clear to me that when we last talked, that they were still working out details. Frankly, I think negotiating would be perhaps a correct word, Chef Dave. Negotiating between the parties, and I know that this is on the agenda for their conversations. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an entertainment license application at our future meeting here in the short term. And I was also going to add the history that the deputy city clerk shared with you is the exact history as I understand it too, for similarly situated institutions. So I definitely think we need an entertainment license here, and I think the alcohol license entity is the one that should make that application, the alcohol licensee, that is. With that said, Dave, I also had made the same comment to Jonathan in our first conversation that I think this is your first foray, your first license in the city of Madison, even though you're quite well known throughout the community by so many for your good works. So welcome to the city of Madison, and I'm excited that you already took over the pay-as-you-go operation in the lobby of the museum, and look forward to you being in the city of Madison proper, besides just catering events.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, do you have any further questions for the applicant? All right. Hearing none, any discussion or a motion would be in order.
I move to grant.
Your motion to grant from Alder Verveer, second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Hearing none, any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations, Dave. On to item 51, new license for Attic Angel at 8301 Old Sock. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
I'm here. I'm Cheryl Miller. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Attic Angel.
Excellent. Cheryl, can you please tell us what you are proposing?
Yes, we are a retirement community, and we have a dining room for our independent residents, and we would like to be able to sell alcohol there. So we are a 55 plus community, and we have about 74 apartments for independent residents and 123 independent condos.
Excellent. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
This is just really an interesting application to me. Are there other models locally with, I'm not sure what you call it, but a facility like yours that has a restaurant that serves alcohol?
Yeah, I think that Oakwood and I think Capitol Lakes does too.
Oh, thanks.
I'm not positive, but that would be my best guess.
Definitely Oakwood. I don't know about Capitol Lakes.
Capitol Lakes has had at least a beer and wine license for well over a decade.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a full Class B combination or not.
Is there anyone else on your staff that has experience serving alcohol, or is this kind of the first venture into this?
Yes, actually, our director of dining services is John Coggy, and he used to be the director of dining services at Oakwood.
Perfect. Thank you.
He's got a lot of years of experience.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Reese. Alder Cutter.
Just a quick question, Cheryl. Is Attic Angel 55 and over, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What additional questions?
Just additional questions. So you still have residents who might still be working, correct?
We do, very few, but we do.
Okay, thank you.
The average age is about 83.
Well, they could still be working,
They
Cheryl.
could. They very well could.
Thank you.
All right. What other questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Burshak.
Would the sales include the general public?
No, our intent is to sell to our residents and their families if they're visiting.
Thanks.
Excellent. What additional questions do you have for the applicant? All right, Mr. Fletcher.
No questions for the applicant, but since we, Jim, you mentioned sort of Oakwood being the other sort of example, correct?
Correct.
Do you have their license or any conditions?
Let me look that up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because this is something. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair or others. To Dr. Reese's point, this is relatively unique compared to the other sorts of establishments, the types of let me say establishments that we sort of license more on a regular basis. So I just want to be seeing if there's something instructive elsewhere.
Oh, absolutely worth checking into.
Oakwood Village, University Woods does not have any conditions. They hold a Class B beer, Class C wine license.
Thank you. If there are no other sort of questions at this point, I would move approval.
All right, I hear a motion to approve item 51. Do I hear a second? Is that a second, Alder Miadzi?
Yes.
Excellent. Second from Alder Miadzi. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Congratulations, Cheryl.
Thank you.
All right. Rolling back to item 36. Who would like to tell us about this proposed change of policy? Perhaps Mr. Verbeek?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit. This is related to the thing I mentioned last week. We sort of had that introductory or the sort of the feeler discussion about public notification for alcohol licenses. I think the driver of this one is there's very specific language in the state statutes about alders reaching out to a certain number of people that only were able to send a certain number of things in an election year. And so this is helping codify, I think, the ability for the city to still reach out and send notifications of alcohol licenses and neighborhood meetings. I think the only real thing that this will change for alcohol licensing is I think if we have the neighborhood meeting established, it might be listed on the postcards that go out to neighbors within 300 feet. Other than that, I don't think it should change much for alcohol.
Excellent. Committee, what question, or let's see, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my two city council colleagues that sponsored this legislation, Alders Foster and Heck, could not be with us tonight. They asked me to answer any questions any of you might have. I think I'd be able to answer those questions. As Jim mentioned, those of you that were able to join us for last month's meeting, Jim did share the rough draft of the ordinance amendment that's proposed to see if there was any feedback any of us had on an informal basis. So again, for those of you that were here last month, I think you heard then that there was this so-called 50-piece rule that's long been codified in the state statute, but our relatively new, but not that new city attorney wondered why we didn't enforce that 2 years ago at the last city council elections. or about a year and a half ago, I guess, the last council elections, and he insisted that we are absolutely covered by that statute. So what that means is that any members of the city council, or for that matter, the mayor or municipal judge, can't send out like-minded, either electronic or through U.S. mail, pieces that are identical between the filing period for the office that we might be seeking re-election for. So that would be December 1st through the April spring election in odd numbered years. That would be, so as a result, going through this the first time, as Alderperson Carter certainly remembers vividly, Alderperson Miazzi, hasn't been on the council that long, although it probably seems like an eternity, Charles. But anyway, it was quite a turn of events for all of us that are used to trying to get the word out to our constituents regarding pending city business that affects them in a parochial manner. And the two big ones are land use development applications and alcohol license applications. So again, Grant and Patrick, Alders, Foster, and Heck, respectively, we're trying to work in advance to improve communication with the December 1st period, somewhat quickly approaching now. So if any of you have any questions, I might be able to help respond to those. And Jim was in at least one meeting, maybe more than one, Jim, with the sponsors of the ordinance. So he too could probably help answer any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Mr. Broshak.
Thank you. I think something like this is maybe the legislature should have thought of this situation when they made that statute. But in any case, I think this works. Would city staff handle these communications just for those alders and who are up for election and subject to the 50-piece rule, or is this all the time?
I believe it's all the time.
That's how it's written. All right, Dr. Reese.
I do like the changes of kind of how the time limits are set out. I think especially with announcing neighborhood meeting 2 weeks before the ALRC meeting is going to help us out because we've run into that quite a bit. But I guess my question for you, Jim, is do you foresee any staffing difficulties with this that maybe we should consider, or with you all will it mean you all taking on a lot of extra stuff?
Oh, they've got plenty of time.
Right.
I was going to say the city clerk's office will never say we couldn't use more staff. But I will say that as far as these notification requirements, this shouldn't require additional staff, because as long as we're already sending the postcards out, it would just be adding another line about when the neighborhood association meeting is. So I don't know if there's, and I've been in email discussions with other agencies who finance asked us if this would require any new financial requirements or anything like that, if we need more money for anything. And I think the general consensus on everyone I saw reply the email is no, that a lot of these things are done already, and the tweaks that would need for it are so minor, and it's just things we do already, and would just be another line that we add to the things that we do.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reese and Mr. Verbeek. Ms. Westra.
I like all the changes, except I still would like to see the change for the fines being removed from the ordinance, since we don't actually do that or enforce them. It does have the line, if it is determined that the site is not posted, it may be considered sufficient cause. I think that's good enough.
Are you talking about item 37?
Oh, maybe I am. Am I confused?
36.
Yeah, it's down there on page 2 of...
Yeah, page 2 of the master file of 72440. Subsection is section 2, page 2.
Gotcha.
under E at the last paragraph.
I can't recall if it was Alder Foster or which Alder it was, but they indicated they were, whether it was Alder Foster or Alder Heck, they were receptive to the suggestion about the fines. I don't know. I don't know when, if they do plan to make any sort of action on that, but they seem like they were generally supportive of the suggestion last month.
It seems like a good idea, and realistically, the likely consequence of not doing this right isn't getting a $100 or $200 fine. It's having to wait another month to open your establishment, which is far worse. So, I feel like it's almost disingenuous having this fine in here because it seems like, oh, that's not that bad. All right. Alder Carter.
Just one quick question to Jim. How far in advance do you need to know when that association or neighborhood meeting is to get on the postcard? Because I think the alders need to know that.
Well, that's where number 37 comes in, right?
Yeah, I missed that. Never mind.
Just to answer your question still. So my process in making the postcards is I edit a Word document, I send it to Doc Services. Doc Services merges that with the Excel file of the residents I pull from our licensing program. And then once they finish that, then I have to send to printing, and printing prints it and mails it out. So it's about 10 days-ish that it takes to do that, maybe less, maybe more like 7, about a week. But then obviously then we're dependent on how long it takes the mail to get to the residents.
Alder Miadzki.
Sorry, I raised my hand thinking out loud, but I'll talk to some of my colleagues offline about trying to talk about that fine as far as getting rid of that language.
Sounds good. Mr. Verbeek, what action are we taking on this item?
That is a good question.
Alder Verveer?
Do you recommend a council to adopt?
I'm sorry. Chair Donnelly, were you recognizing me? I wasn't.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
And I thought you might have something relevant to say.
Well, yes. So I'll formally move that the ALRC recommend to the Common Council adoption of both agenda items 36, which is a resolution, and the sister legislation, which is agenda item number 37, ordinance amendment. So we need to make a formal recommendation to the Common Council. These were both referred to us by the Common Council.
All right, so we have a motion from Alder Verveer to adopt the proposals in items 36 and 37. Before we begin discussion, is there a second? Second from Mr. Bruchak. So I'll note that most of the discussion that we've been having is about item 36, but since the motion covers both, feels very free to ask any questions that you have about item 37, starting with Dr. Reese.
Yeah, just curious how Alder Verveer would feel about considering Ms. Westra's comment and recommending to council that they remove the text about the fines.
Thank you. I don't have any personal objection. I recall, but I could be wrong about this. Ms. Westra, when you raised this concern at last month's meeting, which again, I realized some of us were not present, didn't you ask the question of Attorney Brist, and Attorney Brist had a rationale where, and Steve, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were maybe suggesting why the forfeiture possibility is in there, or making that up that you mildly thought that it was good public policy to have something like this remain even though there are, many of examples right in MGO where we never issue a citation or a long form complaint like jaywalking, for example.
I don't recall a discussion along those lines.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really thought that Amy raised this last month, and that
I think it was raised last month, but I don't remember giving an opinion on whether or not there should be a fine or a forfeiture involved in it.
I know someone said something about, being, like a big stick, or something to that effect, but it wasn't one of the.
I don't think that was me.
It wasn't Steve or Jennifer. I apologize that I don't recall a month ago then.
I did raise it last month, so you do have that.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not completely wrong. Well, can I ask Steve, since you're turned your camera on and you're unmuted, do you, or I'm going to ask your colleague on the other side of the wall in the city attorney's office, Jennifer, if either of you have any concerns if we recommend to the council that we strike?
No, I don't see any concerns with eliminating the penalty.
I don't either. And I don't think Steve drafted this. I think our boss drafted it.
Yes.
And I didn't even see it until tonight. So I don't know if something got lost in the translation because he's the one who drafted it.
Right.
Again, the language that Ms. Westra is referring to is language that's historically been in the ordinance, correct?
Yes.
So the city attorney just, left it in. He didn't. That's not new language. So it's quite likely that one of you or retired Assistant City Attorney Allen drafted this exact language. Okay.
Right. So
quite a while ago too.
Right. So Alder Verveer and Alder Miazzi, are you both comfortable with amending the motion to include Ms. Westra's recommendation?
Yes, as I say, I am. Perhaps we need to, though, especially for the record and the minutes, and since this actually is a recommendation to the Common Council, we need to be precise as to what language we suggest be struck. Ms. Westra, do you want to do that, or would you like me to do that?
Yep.
Okay.
Strike. So everything after 3 days. So an applicant failing to post or maintain a sign in a manner consistent with the requirements of the subdivision shall be subject to forfeiture, I can't talk today, of not less than $100, nor more than $200 per day.
So just striking that entire sentence.
Yep, striking that entire sentence and leaving it as determined sign was not posted as provided. It may be considered sufficient cause for refusal of the license.
Thank you. And again, I have no objection to that.
Right. Alder Miazzi?
Main motion here.
Alder Miazzi, are you comfortable with that as well?
Chair Dunley.
Yes.
I believe I was the one who seconded.
Oh, you were. Then it's much easier. And are you comfortable with that?
I think we should we can take two votes or do two unanimous consents, one for the amendment, one for the motion.
Well, in that case, what we would have before us is a motion to amend the original motion, right? Is that because if
right.
Yeah, generally we've handled it a little less formally, but it's totally fine to do it that way. So, Ms. Westra, given that you are the one who brought up the point, would you care to make the motion to amend?
I'll make a motion to amend that we strike the language of the fines that I listed previously.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Westra's motion from Alder Carter? So what we are discussing and voting on now is a change to the motion that is before us. So when we are done voting on this, we'll be back to where we were, which is discussing voting on Alder Verveer's motion that we recommend adoption, except it will now be a motion of recommending adoption with this one change. What questions do people have? Assistant City Attorney Zilvey?
Not a question, but I was wondering why this wasn't super familiar, like from the get-go, and this was Catherine Pleminski's baby.
Okay.
So that's why. I just for kicks, I thought I'd tell you that.
You think she drafted that instead of someone in your office?
I think she drafted, well, I think the substance of it was her, and then I think it was Roger who did the draft.
Layered it up.
Yeah.
For those that don't know that name from the past, that's a former city alcohol policy coordinator when we had that position. Thank you for the history.
Yeah.
It was a fun bit of history. Okay, so is there any further discussion of the motion to amend? Mr. Bruchak.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to extend the procedure a bit. I think it reduces confusion, especially for some of us new members. My first initial thought would be there could be some unintended, some unimaginable abuse of the system such that the fine might become relevant. I can't imagine it myself right now. So, and if no one else in the committee, who's been around, could imagine such a situation, then, and articulate it to the committee, I would be in support of the amendment.
Excellent.
And the main.
All right. Any further discussion of the motion to amend the original motion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, the motion to amend carries. So now the original motion to recommend adoption has been updated to be a motion to recommend adoption with this one change. Is there any further discussion of the motion to recommend adoption of items 36 and 37? Mr. Fletcher.
Chair, just taken as a package, I'm confirming my assumption, right? So, with the sort of increased visibility and awareness of the informational sessions and from the closed service, we are sort of, in one way, with the changes being made, de-emphasizing it, assuming that the orange sign is not, let's say, the predominant way that people will become aware of an informational session if it were to be held more than 2 weeks. Because I'm just going by the minimums. The baseline is that they have the informational session a week or more before the ALRC meeting. I think as I read the statute, the sign deadline now sort of reads as I can post the sign no later than 2 weeks before the ALRC meeting. So could I technically hold the informational meeting 2.5 weeks sort of before the ALRC meeting, post the orange sign, and then sort of be done with it? And again, I'm just checking that the assumption is that they will find out about these sessions in a different way, and or in practice, these informational sessions are held within the 2 week, between the 14 and 7 day period.
Alder Verveer, I would like to take you up on your earlier offer to field questions about these proposed changes.
So, thank you. So, and Jim, again, you were in meeting with the sponsors. I was not. My conversations have been like sidebar conversations on this topic. But I believe that the rationale for the change was to allow more time to figure out mutually convenient date, time, and convey that information for whether you want to call it informational session, neighborhood meeting, what have you. I think the concern is that and there have been examples in the past where the signs go up. That third date is left blank, so the clerk's office enters the dates for the two public hearings before the ALRC and the Common Council, respectively. And then that information session is an afterthought, is scheduled without kind of in consultation with the alder of the district and that sort of thing. So I think that it was to allow more flexibility, more time for the to be a mutually convenient time to be set by the parties involved. Is my understanding of the situation, Jim. I don't know if you have heard otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's accurate because right now, as written, they have to put the sign up within 3 days, but they don't have to contact the alder until a week prior to the ALRC meeting. And some places have that, like Alder Rear said, they have a sign on their sign that they hold an informational session meeting at their business before contacting the alder and the police officer captain, and the alder wants them to meet, and the neighborhood association wants them to meet at the neighborhood association. And if they're not doing that until a week prior to the ALRC meeting, a lot of times these neighborhood associations have met already for the month prior to that. And so it ends up getting referred to a future ALRC meeting to allow time for that appearance to the neighborhood meeting. So now it's sort of switching that where the notification needs to come within a week, and once that is sort of established with the alder and the neighborhood association, then it is then written on the sign. Because before we're kind of putting the saying that the informational session meeting is more, it's always going to be at the location versus it could be at the neighborhood meeting, which I think is going to be the driver for places that do have neighborhood associations that meet. If there's an area that doesn't have a neighborhood association meeting, obviously that doesn't have a neighborhood association, then a place can surely have their informational session meeting at their location. Or if the neighborhood association doesn't care to have it at the meeting, if they're not if they're not adamant about that they can do so. But it allows more for places where the neighbor association really wants them to appear before the neighbors to discuss their applications.
And if I could add and clarify a bit, it doesn't the intent isn't that this has to be at a regularly scheduled neighborhood association meeting by any means. Most alders often set up their own meetings with license holders, with license applicants, land use applicants, and those meetings are often outside of a normal neighborhood association meeting, or outside, in the case of what we do here at our meetings, outside of the required open house or informational session, which often is held in the middle of the day with, again, the only publicity being the orange sign. So it just, I think, bottom line allows, Vice Chair Fletcher more flexibility for all parties concerned, but especially for the alders of the district to try to do their job in a more efficient manner, especially in those months where we don't have the flexibility of sending out our own communications.
Mr. Fletcher, has your question been answered?
It has. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. What further questions do people have? Any additional discussion? All right. So the motion before us is to recommend adoption of items 36 and 37 with the removal of the sentence about fines. Is there any dissent or request for a roll call vote? Seeing none, motion carries. We will recommend adoption. All right, that is items 36 and 37. That brings us to item 52, report of Madison Police Department. Captain Zanders, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
Nothing too significant to report. We're still seeing a kind of a steady trend of calls for service at some of our major businesses and organizations throughout the city. If you looked at the calls for service as well that was recently put out, reference to data for the LRC, you would note that there was one, I guess, caution flag that came up that my community police team was able to catch, reference to Baldwin Grill, in which they will be having a meeting tomorrow to address some of their concerns with some of the issues that are going on there in regards to noise disturbances and some potential loitering around their parking lot area. That's about all I have from a district standpoint. With one last thing, I think it's safe for me to say that we received our captain assignments, and you guys will be getting me for one additional year. So I'll be back. Revere, you can't get rid of
great news. You know, we're not used to you giving us good news during this part of the meeting, so that's cool. Committee, what questions do you have for the captain? All right. Thank you, Captain Sanders. Next up, item 53. Mr. Verbeek, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
Just something I mentioned, kind of preempting the switch over to license renewals. Shoot, and I just realized that you asked for the list of expired licenses, and I failed to deliver. I'm sorry about that, Amy. I know you specifically asked that. I'll send that around to the committee after this meeting. But
Thank you.
We got 14 alcohol licenses, 14 regular Class B combination licenses back. And I think one or two of them may have been claimed already. We did have one get surrendered just after the June meeting, but before the expiration, somebody surrendered a license. I don't recall who it was. So we did get one back prior to getting 14 of the licenses that had expired this year, but I don't have anything further.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for our deputy city clerk?
Jim already answered mine.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, Jim. Next up, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. It's a motion from Mr. Fletcher, second from Ms. Westra. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. To have the same privilege. Motion carries. ALRC meeting is adjourned at 9:31 p.m. Have a great night, everybody. I'm going to head to a licensed establishment.